Yellow. It's your boy Apollos Pedro, and you are welcome to Apollos Pedro podcast once again. A very good evening to you all from where you are watching us from. I'm so happy and glad to be with you all once again. Welcome back again, and thank you for joining me tonight. I really appreciate. And as always, I have a very important discussion and topic for the show tonight. Today, we'll be talking about the greatest battle of our life. And as you all will have known, a lot of us are going through some difficult time in life, and each and every one of us have his or her own battle that they are fighting in life. And when I said the greatest battle of our life, what exactly do I mean? I know that some people might be wondering, what is this battle all about? Or rather, the discussion may have been so over. Some people will have been so over this discussion, and they may not even see the need to discuss anything of this nature anymore. However, I do believe that the greatest battle of our life for each and every one, anybody walking the surface of the earth, is to go to war with ourselves, to defeat and expose the demons in our closet. I mean, what are these demons that I'm talking about? I know some may even mistake this to mean a kind of religious discussion. That is not what I'm talking about at all. What I mean with the demons in our closet are simply our low self-esteem, our self-doubt, the kind of mindset, the culture, or the way we were programmed right from our childhood to this very moment, the way we see life. It could be right, it could be wrong, but however, that kind of hinder us. The way we see things that has become a problem over time for us to go forward as a person. That particular thing that moment that we overthink about the things that we need to do and stop ourselves from taking the step that we are supposed to take. That is exactly what I mean with the demons in our closet. If you do not know, or for those listening to me tonight, a lot of people, including myself, suffer from the idea of what people think about them. So those are some of the mindsets that we have that kind of hinder us, that end up being a skeleton in our closet that we must defeat. That is exactly what I mean with this greatest battle of our life. So I will be very happy to hear from you tonight. Tell us in the comment, what is the battle that you have had to put up with in your life? That particular thing that took you time to overcome, that at the end of the day, you finally take a long sigh of relief, a long deep breath, and said, wow, I have done it. I have overcome this. Now I have to move on. Some people, for instance, they even had to let go of their marriage for them to be able to move on in life. For some people, they have to change their job, they have to change their friends. So, what is your greatest battle tonight? What is your greatest battle that you are going through this particular moment? I am not talking about economic difficulties here, or maybe one fighting a particular sickness or illness or whatsoever. That is not what I'm talking about tonight. I am talking about that particular belief or way of life that has become a problem to us as a person, that it will be better for us going through, having a reflection, going into retrospect, we now come to the realization that, look, I have to make a very huge change in my life because I don't want to go on this way. That is exactly the kind of battle that I'm talking about today. A battle could mean addition, something that is even simple, but that we do, and at the end of the day, we regret them. A battle could mean maybe somebody that is trying to stop smoking over the years. So tonight, when I mean the greatest battle of our life, these are some of the things that I'm talking about. What are your battle as a human being? I already have a comment here on the comment. This is Tiasha. Thank you so much, Tiasha. How are you tonight? My battle is family related, fighting emotions, trying to understand why other feel the way they feel. This is something very, very interesting. This is true. Some people in their life, their family members, or maybe the way things are going in their family could be a huge obstacle in their progression in life. So I would like to hear from any other person in the comment. This is something very important that Tiasha has just shared with us. And I know that a lot of us alive today, we have some family issues that we would like to resolve, but for one reason or the other, and for a fault not of our own, the problem seems not to go away no matter how we try. And this is something that a lot of people today could relate with. And Tiasha, believe me, you are not alone. This is something that is very, very important as well. I will leave it for now at the moment, and I hope to be able to see some other comments later on. Then we can take them one after the other. I will tell anybody listening to me tonight that one of the battles that I had to face in my life, one is worrying myself about what other people think. And I don't know if any one of you has ever been in that situation. It seems easy and simple to say. I have heard a lot of people saying that they don't care exactly what other people are saying about them. But at any given point in time, they carry out an emotional discussion, which makes it looks to me that they care more about what other people say about them than myself, that I'm even worried about what other people think about me. And I work in my office, for instance, just to make an example, why I believe that I have this problem about what other people think about me. Obviously, for anyone that has followed me over the years, you would have known by now that I was I am an African living in Europe. I live in a country that do not speak ordinarily English, or they do not have English as their official language. And over the years, I had studied and I had mastered the English language as my first language, which I use in life. So what am I saying is this? In my office, I usually write with the Italian language. So no matter how I have improved over the years with my Italian language, whenever I have a message to send, an email to write to anyone, I keep calling on my colleagues to help me peruse the message I have written to see if the Italian grammar that I have used is correct, because I don't want to present myself, although being a stranger, I want my Italian language that I have written in form of an email, my correspondence, to be correct to those that will be receiving the message at the other end. So this is one of the things that I continue to struggle with even today. And mind you, my Italian to some extent is above average. I am actually good in it. I can speak, I can write, and I can read. But this happens to be something that I continue to struggle with. No matter how I try, I still find myself trying to get someone else to help me read whatever message that I have written in Italian language, because I don't want to present myself as somebody that do not care or do not or that write badly in this particular language that I use in the country that I live. So these are some of the battles that I face as a person. And mind you, when I said that I worry about what other people think about me, I am just being honest and being vulnerable to you all today. I don't think I am alone in this battle. I do know that a lot of people, not necessarily because they have low self-esteem, but they care too much. And as a result, they stop themselves doing some things or taking some actions because they worry about what other people think about them. And at the end of the day, like as it was in the discussion that I had last week on the show with EC Oserale of ECO TV, this over time could be a form of mindset with which we approach life as a person. And that is the reason why I believe we have to really talk about these things. Some of these simple things that we do or habits that we have formed over the years that I now consider to be a form of skeleton in our cupboard that we need to go to war with to defeat them so that we could be able to live a life that we desire for ourselves and make the world a better place for all of us. Let me take another comment from Tiasha, which is a continuation of what she said earlier on. The question here is, how long does someone keep fighting? That's a good question. For whatever that might be, how long are you understanding of the situation you find yourself in? Can this process lead to losing your identity as well? Yes, especially this last part. This is the reason why I believe that we have to go to war with ourselves to defeat these demons in our closet. How long should one keep fighting? In this case, as far as I'm concerned, you have to keep fighting until you overcome this particular issue. For for everyone is different. First of all, like I was saying, my worry is that I don't want to present myself badly to the public or to anyone that may come across me. That is one. But for somebody else, like Tiasha said earlier on, it might be having issues within the family which we are coming from. Then how long can you fight? I think it's a lifelong fight that we have to put up with to avoid relapse in this particular issue. And I think it is also right as well that we put on a defense, fight this battle when you have overcome the particular battle, put on a defense to protect yourself from falling down into that situation again. A defense in this case could simply mean avoiding the circumstances that oftentimes lead you doing the things that you had told yourself for a very long period of time that you don't want to do anymore. So the fight is a fight that will continue to lead to changes in various areas of our life. When exactly should it stop? I don't know. I don't think it should stop. I do believe that it should be part of our continuous development, training of the mind, and to be the best version of ourselves. So for me, it's a lifelong form of education that we have to adopt to be able to overcome this particular battle. Mind you, I use the word battle, it is symbolic. I am not talking of war here in a physical realm. I am talking about things that has to do with discipline. So lifelong education, or like Tiasha said, living to learn how to live. Yes, living to learn how to live. That was a word that Tiasha coined during one of our discussions some time ago, and I have used it over this past week. I was actually telling a friend yesterday here that I actually like the word because I make a reference to it to the person, and he kind of like it as well. So, living to learn how to live. This is a good way to phrase it, and an approach that I believe that if we adopt it, it might be very helpful to us as a person. So when you might have identified your battle, you endeavor to devise a strategy with which you will be able to confront, attack, fight against this particular battle, defeat it, and do whatever you can to avoid finding yourself falling down in that particular pit again. So it is very, very important. I believe I have thought over this issue, and I really believe that I should share this particular topic with you all tonight. And like I said earlier on, I would like to hear from you, either now that we are live or maybe later on when you will have come across this video. Share your battle with us. What is that particular thing that you have had to fight, put on a great fight to overcome? For some people, it might be having financial liberty, financial freedom. It could be a lifelong battle for some people. And I know that we are very nice people. Oftentimes, we don't like to talk about money. And this is another thing that we, as people, as a human being, or as a person, we should try our best to change as well. Because I, for one, came from the part of the world where it was practically not a nice thing to do talking about money. So I live in a part of the world where back in the days, I don't know if it's still the same way today, because I don't want to give any one of you here a wrong message. I don't know if it's still the same thing, but I came from a part of the world whereby anybody that is rich is practically condemned by those that are poor. Yes, I mean it literally, poor and being rich. They will criticize anybody that is financially okay. You can never be rich from where I'm coming from back in the days without even those that you are helping economically, thinking that you might have done some things that are bad to become rich. And this kind of conditioning or programming, imagine spending your first 30 years in an environment like that, where you are taught not to do anything in particular that has to do with being rich. You avoid discussing about money. But at the end of the day, when you have done your education, let's say from your primary to secondary and university education, you were guided not to talk about money, but after your education, you have to go and work for money. It became a particular shock to me how much important it is for us to be able to carry on with our life. We need money. The role of money in our life is so important, but this is something that I happen to know later on, way later on in my life. And it was not a joyful thing for me at all. I had to put on a fight to reorient myself, my mind, to be able to have a good approach to the issue called money. Because not only did I live in my country in Africa, I moved down to Europe. I live in Europe. I live in a country at a time whereby, not like unlike where I live now today, the system was even different as well. Virtually anything that you have to do, apart from the air that you breathe in, you have to pay for everything. And I wish I was actually taught earlier on how to go about looking for money, living my life in a way that will create a balance between what I do and what I earn, how much I'm able to make, and balance that aspect of my particular life. This is just my personal experience. For other people, it may be different. And this is not because I'm an African. For a European, it may be very different, but their case too is valid because we all have our experiences that may be different from each other, but similar in a certain way. Let me take another comment. It is important to know that you have to step in a war because of yourself. Your own development, your own well-being, it is not because of others. It shouldn't be. They have to put their own work in. It is not your job. Yes, this is true. This is so true. I share this as well. This is so true. Of course, the title of our discussion today is the greatest battle of your life, not the life of other people. This is a battle that you have to fight for yourself, not for anybody else. It is wholly yours and yours alone to fight. As a matter of fact, nobody is going to fight this battle for you. It is not your obligation. You are not obliged in any way, in any shape or form, to fight the battle of our life for other people. For your family, yes. For the family that you have created, yes. It is not your duty, especially in this particular sphere that we are discussing today. It is not your duty to put on a battle for your community, for your country, or for the entire world as a whole. Because before you can even do a thing like that, you might have fought your personal battle. Because without you fighting your personal battle, there is no how you'll be able to give to the community or the society that you live. This is very, very important. I agree with Tiasha that your battle is yours. You should not fight the battle for others, because even when you do that as well, you deny others the ability to be able to put on a fight to defeat the demons that they themselves have in their own closet. And this is also important as well. I don't know, for anyone that had undergo therapy in life, when you go to a psychologist for counseling or whatever reason that you go there for, they counsel you, they give you suggestions and advice, but they don't do it for you. At the end of the day, you are the one going to do the practical exercise, the things that you need to do to be able to turn your life around. They give you a listening ear, but they don't do it for you. That is how life is as well. And for some of us that have children as well, it is also part of child education. You help them, you guide them, but you let them do things, they experiment. You That is the only way they're able to learn. They make mistake, they learn from it, and next time they do better. When you continue to help your child, for instance, at the end of the day, you make that child independent. They don't learn to do things for themselves. So the same thing applies to our battles of life. It is a war, a fight that each and every one of us must fight for ourselves. And what exactly am I saying here? I am not telling you to be callous and don't care about other people. Of course, you know that that is not what we are discussing here today. You should care about other people, but the battle of life is for them to fight alone. You should guide, you should orient them, but the duty of carrying that personal war, going into our closet, our individual closet, to defeat the demons that are in our closet, is a war that we must fight ourselves. Nobody else is going to do that for us. And this is something that I believe we should all embrace in our life. And like we all know, it is things are easier said than done in life. The difference between those in brackets that are successful in life and those that are not, it is because some of us are good in talking, but at the end of the day, we don't put in the work to back it up. So it is also one of the battles in our life, and even relating it to our families or the society that we live in. Some people have an enormous expectation of us, what they believe that we should do for them, and they themselves are not ready or willing to make any form of sacrifice that will benefit us from their own end. So, why is this important? This at a time could be a problem of low self-esteem and what we call in psychology projection. Some people could project their weakness. When people expect so much from you, something or things that they themselves are not willing to do for other people, it is a form of projection. And if you are somebody like me in the past that worry about what other people think about you, you don't want to present yourself wrongly to the public, partly because you were conditioned to think that way from the general society, and partly because of your condition when you came to Europe or the society that you live in, please, I need you to know tonight that look, you are okay the way you are, only if you keep improving yourself. You all know one, you all know body explanation about anything or how you live your life. In as much as you are respectful of everyone, you obey the law of that society that you live in. How you live your life is of nobody's business. I mean it. I have seen a lot of things in life, despite the fact that I'm a young man However, being able to live your life with your own rules, going about your dreams, planning ahead, being proactive, and doing what is necessary to be where you need to be is something that is very, very important. And this is a battle that you must fight on your own. Nobody else is going to do it for you. It is practically not possible for anybody else to do it for you. So be careful what you expect from other people, even from your family members or from your friends. Oftentimes, that is the reason why friendship end up being broken up. That is why, due to unnecessary expectation that we have of other people, it creates conflict and friction in our relationship with them. So before you expect a particular thing from another person, ask yourself if you, given all things being equal, if you are ready and willing to be able to do that for other people. That, I believe, is a valid question that we must ask ourselves at any time we find ourselves being unnecessarily expectant of other people, things that we ourselves cannot sacrifice or do for other people. I genuinely believe that this is important, that we reflect, we think about this. And for those that have a subordinate in a place of work as well, for those maybe that have people working for them as well. They work for you does not mean that they are your slave. Of course, it takes two to tango. If they do not believe in what you do as an organization, or if they do not believe in that relationship, they are independent. As people are independent, they can choose to go about their life in whatever way that they so desire. So for them to choose to work with you, to choose to maintain that relationship or friendship with you, they are not stupid. I was reading about 2, 3 days ago a post that was shared by my friend on Facebook. The post simply said, if you continue to disrespect me, you will understand why I only have 3 friends. So what am I saying here? That is the sense I get from the post. What am I trying to say here? When you intentionally or due to carelessness continue to disrespect other people, one way or the other, when the time is right for them, even if they do not cut the relationship up drastically, as at any time it is convenient for them, they will do so. Because nobody on earth will want to be disrespected in any shape or form. It's not something, it's not human. Nobody likes that. So be careful how you treat other people. Being arrogant unnecessarily, being full of unnecessary ego could be a form of battle, a war, a demon in our closet that we need to fight against. And this is something that most of us do not see, because at times we think that we are perfect and we do not see the blind spots that other people are able to see in our life. So it is very, very important we mind the way we treat ourselves, we mind the way we treat our friends, our family member with respect and honor, so that at the end of the day, we can be able to do something meaningful together as a group, as a collective. It will be a thing of a joy. Because last week, I had the possibility of interviewing ECO TV, and where she was able to explain to us how some people, some friends, and even some brothers are able to work together in a collective form and do some form of investment. Those are things that can only happen in the life of people where there is trust. If there is no trust, nobody can do that. So treating others with respect is something that is very important. And if you find yourself being unnecessarily obnoxious and arrogant, that is a demon in your closet that you need to work on. And you alone are the one that can put on a battle to defeat that demon. Nobody else can do that for you. Your parents cannot even do that for you. Your friends cannot do that for you. Your wife or your husband cannot do that for you. Your girlfriend cannot do that for you. And mind you, this happens a lot in relationship as well, whereby people do not listen even to simple and correct advice from their spouses, from their friends, from their family member. When you are a know-it-all, it's a problem in life. I, for one, I have suffered from that in my personal life as well, whereby I go with my goals, not minding what anybody else was saying, and I got my hands burnt. So being a know-it-all could be a form of demon in our closet that we need to fight against. So I am just enumerating some of the demons that could be in our closet that we need to put on a battle of our lifetime to defeat. Because at the end of the day, for anybody that knows the Maslow hierarchy, law of hierarchy or theory, you will know that as a person, what we want to do in our life at the end of the day is to be a contributing member of the society, being able to, at the end of our life, we want to be able to, we don't want to regret anything. We want to be happy after every need of our life personally has been satisfied. We want to be able to give to the community in which we live. That is something that I have come to realize, that anyone walking the surface of the earth, irrespective of their political belief, their religious belief, at the end of the day, they want to be able to do for others. And that is very, very important. But we can't get there with baggages like this on our shoulders. So let me take some of comments again, then we continue. Please let me know, what are your battles? What are the demons in your closet that you need to put on a battle to fight? It's important. Okay, yeah, we read that before. This is why so many people struggle. They take upon others battles. Mind you, with this, they forget their own as well. This is true. This is true. This is so true. And that is our inability not to be able to mind our own business. And believe me, Tiasha, if you are listening to me, I, for one, some time ago, suffer from this, and I continue to pray today. I continue to work on it to be able. I say it as form of joke. I tell my friends, I tell anybody, one of the things that I continue to pray about is to be able to mind my own business. It might sound stupid or sound crazy to anybody, but one of the things that I genuinely pray about in life today is being able to mind my own business. If you are people pleaser, you may not know how damaging that kind of attitude or approach to life is. This is a problem that a lot of us have in our life. Being people's pleaser is a huge problem in life. So when you carry the burden of other people but neglect your own body, neglect your own struggles, neglect your own duty, I mean a duty that you own to yourself, you have forgotten it, but fighting the battle of other people is a problem. It's a problem. That is a form of distraction. And there is no explanation to explain or that we have to give for that act of carelessness to ourselves. It's a form of carelessness to oneself. And I don't think there is any explanation that we as people or as a person have to explain or justify that act of carelessness to ourselves. When you as a person forget about your own battles in life and you begin to fight other people's battle, that is a sign of someone that has not been able to identify in concrete terms what his enemies are. When you do not know how to choose your enemy, you begin to fight the battle of other people when you should have been fighting your own battle. Mind you, there is no one that is perfect in life. We all have our own battles in life. The rich and the poor. Our battles are different. A president of any given country have their own battle. A director of any particular company have their own battle. The head of every family, as parents, we have our own battle. Any person walking the surface of the earth have their own battle. Then, if you are not minding your own business, you begin to fight the battle of other people. That is a sign of self-neglect. It's a sign of low self-esteem. And with the symptom, like I explained earlier on, which I for one suffered in the past, being other people's pleaser. It is not a good thing to do as a person. You must put on a fight to defeat this demon in your closet. If you find yourself living your own battle, if you find yourself caring for other people, mind you, you are neglecting your own family, that is a sign of weakness. It's a sign of low self-esteem that has to be defeated. Nobody in his or her own right sense or frame of mind will do anything like that. But mind you, some people do it. Some people would rather spend money in a party, go and celebrate with friends outside when, for a fact, they have not done what they need to do in their own personal family. It is not a good thing. We all have to change. Anyone having that kind of struggle in their life, if it means talking to someone that you trust, going for therapy, please do. I will really beg you to do that. You need to change. Things cannot go on this way. You really, really need to change. And if you have your own personal family, you have not taken care of your own family, and you go to church, especially those that do go to churches and everything that are religious. You go to church, you donate and everything. Meanwhile, people, your immediate family are hungry. That is a sign of self-neglect. You must change. Mind you, I don't have anything against you as a Christian, as a believer. That is not what I'm saying. I know that anything that we say these days could be misconstrued by anybody. That is not what I'm saying in any shape or form. I am not telling you not to donate in your church, in your mosque, or wherever you choose to donate. And that is not what I'm saying at all. But what I am saying that if your house is not in order and you are out there in the society, in the public, doing things of that nature to show off, is a sign of weakness and need to be stopped. I am now learning that I can't fix people problem. Not everyone though. And I shouldn't either. But I also notice my biggest enemies are those I shared my bread with. This is a lifetime problem. Tiasha. Well, like Bob Marley's, I don't know if I believe you should know that Bob Marley song. Man to man is so unjust. You don't know who to trust. Damn, I'm not a good singer. Anyway, your your best friend could be your worst enemy. That is how life is. Oftentimes, it is those that know you that criticize you. It is those that you feed, that you spend your money on, that will ask you, what did you do with your money? It is those that you have helped, that you have kept at home, that you have clothed, that will ask you, what have you done for them? So don't mind them. Don't worry yourself about them. They are distractions that we must endeavor to walk past by. We must do whatever we can not to let what anyone that we have helped over the years or in the past, whatever they say, their form of ungratefulness, distract us in our life. This is important, and I believe as well that as people, we are better off focusing on ourselves and the future that we hope for ourselves, working towards it. And an antidote to this particular sensation that this feeling could create in us when people that we genuinely from our heart has helped unite with other people that we do not even know to be a form of enemy to us is to ignore them, is to rise above them and ignore them. Because one, if you are the one doing the helping in the first place, it means that you are in a better position in life than them. And mind you, these are not things that you measure. You measure with financial resources. Being able to help has nothing to do with liquid cash. It's a different thing entirely. A poor man, somebody that may be of low social status in the society, can even help the president of that particular country. So, first of all, I don't want you, either you, Tiasha, or anyone listening to the sound of my voice tonight, if you have done anything for anybody in the past and they turn out to be very ungrateful and turn out to be your enemy today, I want you to know that you are not alone, first of all. And secondly, I will encourage you to rise above it. Rise above it is the only way to go about it. The friendship is not worth it. I wouldn't encourage you to go back to that kind of circumstances or reunite with such person, because somebody that a hater, if they are hating today, it means they were even hating in the first place when the friendship was even going great. So, and that is the reason why I was saying people project their failures, their negativity to us earlier on. When people don't see anything positive about the things you do, it is not practically about you. It is them projecting their negative thoughts and mindset to you as a person. Meanwhile, you live a different lifestyle than them, although being friends. We could be friends, but our lifestyle could be different. And if the relationship can't be positive, there is no need having them around you. And this is something that I struggle with as a person as well. Breaking up relationship. I should have known that it was better. It would have been better that some relationship don't have to last how long they lasted, as far as I'm concerned. But I didn't know this back then. I know better today. I'm able to see things from a distance today. And I'm able to mind my ways to some extent today. Although I still continue to pray that God help me to be able to mind my own business. I really mean it, guys. I want to be able to mind my own business and put that on a repeat. Mind my own business. In fact, if you had followed me for some time, you will know that last December, it was one of my resolutions. I posted on my Facebook page and every of my page. I want to be able to mind my own business and put it on a repeat, continue to repeat it. Pedro, what will you change about yourself if you have to change anything? Anything, the only thing that I will change about myself today is to be able to mind my own business. And I really do mean it. I really do mean it. So a friend that is hating today, that you have helped over the years that turned out to be enemy, has always been hating. That relationship should have ended a very long time ago. But oftentimes we are nice, we don't see it, we don't see the red flag, or rather, I don't even want to excuse ourselves, me included, out of it that we do not see the red flag. We do see the red flag, but oftentimes we ignore it. That is a fact. Because if we have to look back, there were signs along the way that we ignore. So I really believe it that we are partly to blame for these things that do happen to us. In fact, that is actually my question tonight, and I would like to hear from you. When we find ourselves in these circumstances, are there ways in which we contributed to them? Let me know in the comment. because I don't want to pretend tonight that we are holy, we are only the one that knows the best and the right thing to do. Some way, somehow, we contributed to them. We contributed to the circumstances in which we find ourselves. We contributed to giving others more space than they deserve in our life. Some relationships should have been broken very long time ago, either they are family members or not, but we continue to maintain the relationship even when it was not positive. So tell me in the comments, share with us how you as a person looking back today actually contributed to that kind of unhealthy relationship that you find yourself into. Okay, this is from Tiasha. Some friendships are okay for as long as the levels are the same. If you are in any way progress, this is where friendship show the flags. Yes, jealousy. This is true. This is true. This is true. Yeah. Some people don't want you, they want you to remain in the same level that you are. And we keep working on ourselves. Continuous self-development is something that a lot of people do. And when the results are beginning to show up in our life, some people are not able to accept or withstand that kind of changes that come in our life. So it is not really, at times, some of them are not even being malicious. They end up being jealous, not necessarily because at that particular time that they want to harm you, but it's just that it's a new form of you that they are not used to. That could be one of the reasons as well. So you continue to work on yourself. You continue to speak different than you used to speak 5 years ago. I mean, you started speaking different than you used to speak 5 years ago. You are beginning to change your cycle. You are setting objectives and meeting up with your target objectives little by little. And mind you, your friends and anyone around you are beginning to see the difference. A very good example could simply be, look, maybe 3 times a week, you used to hang out with them, going to bar, discussing about various issues. But you are having some new development in your life. You no longer do that. Not because you hate them or they are no longer your friends, but for obvious reasons, you no longer have the time to spend like you used to spend with them. This is new you. You are no longer that type of person that they used to know. And for some people, this could be very difficult to manage. And you know that some of us will have this problem of not being able to communicate. If they are able to share, we could even be able to help mend the relationship and explain ourselves better. Not that we are doing the things that we do because of arrogance or we have issues with them. But for obvious reasons, the relationship that you have with them could no longer be the same. Some of them are not prepared for this. And some people will tell you to continue to work on yourself, to improve yourself. That your emancipation, they are not ready for it. An emancipated friend or a person oftentimes is a destructor. It destroys the relationship that you used to have with other people. And it is actually good that it is that way because you have outgrown that share that you used to live in. So that space can no longer contain you. Why will you remain there? And just like I know recently, you are not better off than your immediate cycle of friends. So if you know that the future that you want for yourself and you are walking towards it, and the friends you have around you are not aiding you in that direction, it is good that you leave that cycle. It is good that you learn how to manage the jealousy, bitterness, and envy that will arise from the new you being who you are today. Self-development is important, is fundamental in our life, and we should always pursue things that will make us better than we are today. So if your friends that you have today can no longer be with the new you tomorrow, accept it. Even you as a person, be prepared for it. Because this is a fact of life. Nobody will put on that fight for you. And these, my friends, could be some of the battles of life that we need to accept, fight with every fiber in ourselves to overcome that self-doubt or that conditioning from the society that we have had over the years. It is very, very, very important. It is very, very important. Managing friendship could be one of the most difficult things in life because we are human beings. We don't want to treat others people bad. We don't want to treat other people badly. So when, for a fact, some friends actually feel some type of way, we are not happy about it as well. But it comes a point in our life that we too, as a person, have to learn how to let go. We have to learn how to let go. It is very, very important. Let me listen. Tiasha wrote something again. Tiasha, let me see what she has written. You ask how I, as a person, contributed to the negative in the past. I haven't been the person I am today. Okay. I wasn't nice. Not to everyone, at least, yes. I believe I came across arrogant too many times. I haven't thought of everyone's feelings. I reacted aggressively to too many situations. Okay. Yes, this could be a factor. This could be a factor. And that cool. This you have just written here, Tiasha, could have instigated the reaction from other people as well. I am not saying that you are wrong or right. Definitely, I do know for a fact there is a reason why you reacted aggressively in a particular situation. This is not to justify you reacting aggressively or whatsoever, but you yourself has said from the beginning of your comment that you are a different person today. You are not what you used to be today. So, do you now know better today? I believe yes. I don't think that you still react aggressively to anyone today as a person. And I know you too, Tiasha, as a parent. But mind you, when you say that you react aggressively, of course, I know that we, excuse me, as friends, our friendship with everybody or anyone that is a friend to us could be different because my relationship with you, Tiasha, will be different from the relationship I have with person B. So I am saying this personally because I know you. I don't see you as being aggressive. I know you as a person that is honest, that will say it the way it is. You are blunt, yes. But that to some people could come across as being aggressive, which I believe you yourself has come to agree. But mind you, from my relationship with you, I don't think in any shape or form that you are aggressive. You are blunt. You say it the way it is. To some people consider that to be aggressive. But mind you, that is not a fault of you. Some of us deal with low self-esteem. Some of us want to be pampered. We want to hear things that are garnished with salt, sugar, and honey, whatever that make us feel better. So oftentimes, when things come to us direct and raw, we consider it bad. That is a problem we have too in the world. So people want others to treat them nicely, say things to them as if they were baby, they are little children. But mind you, that is not how everybody in life operates. That is not how everybody roll. We roll differently. We walk differently. We do our things differently. I I accept what you have written, Tiasha. This is your expression. This is what you believe and everything. But mind you, I am not disputing what you have said. I am only relating to you and to those listening to me right now that I know you as a person. I know that you are very direct and honest and raw in your approach. This, in my opinion, for some people may seems as if you are arrogant or aggressive. But mind you, believe me, that is not your fault. It is not your duty every blessed time that you have to talk to anyone to treat them as if they are little baby. Because mind you, they don't even like it as well. People keep saying that treat me with respect, talk to me as an adult, as you would like to be talked to as a human being. But when you talk to them as an adult as well, they pick offense with it. So that is what I think is playing out here in your experience, Tiasha. The biggest reason is an extremely low self-esteem in the past. Thinking with my thoughtfulness, I will hide the truth. Ow, this is deep. With your thoughtfulness, you will hide the truth. And in that circumstance, you did not help the person as well. If you have to hide the truth from me, you have not helped me. I would rather accept the truth, no matter how arrogant it seems, but you are honest with me. With the way I think as a person, I would prefer that truth because that's the only way I'm being helped in that situation. And this is something very, very important. You know, we oftentimes we are not what we believe that we are. And I was saying some time ago that I was trying to explain something some time ago that I was telling my audience that look, I as a person, I have an idea of who I am as Pedro. For anyone that has come across me in life, they have an idea of who Pedro is. And mind you, Pedro himself have an idea of the type of Pedro that I want to be. So whatever I do, I negotiate with these three ideas. The Pedro that I am, and the Pedro that people see me to be, and the Pedro that I would like to be. So oftentimes when we deal with people, they don't have the time to know the reals. They only listen to what we have said to them. And above all else, they take into consideration how we make them feel. Oftentimes, that is what people remember in our relationship with them, how we make them feel. And how we make them feel oftentimes is determined by their self-esteem, their self-worthiness. Some people do not like themselves. Some people think very low of themselves and they project that to others. Like it is generally said, hurt people hurt other people. If people are not, I mean, if a person is not in his or her best self, in his or her best state of mind or in life, they tend to treat people badly. So when people accuse us of things generally that is not what we are, I know it is difficult to handle, But I will encourage us tonight to remember as well that most people are fighting a battle in life with their low self-esteem, and they do not know what to do with it. And as a result, they treat other people because of the wrong thought and mindset that they have. So, yes, we may have contributed to that action or whatsoever or situation that we find ourselves. At the same time, things would have been different as well if the people that we dealt with in the past had fought the battles of their life like we are discussing tonight. It is not about us alone. Yes, granted, we may have contributed to it. No doubt about that. However, it is not also right that we have to suffer from the low self-esteem or the work that other people have not done on themselves when they treat us badly, because their reaction obviously is a reaction to what we have said, what we have done. But just like we ourselves do not know better, they too do not know better. So we find ourselves in this dilemma. What are we going to do in that situation? That is why I believe that at least the first step has to start at our end, going into our closet, looking at the things that we need to change in so that we are prepared in the future to be able to react better, to be able to filter the cycle of our friends as well. This is very, very important. So if you know of any way that you contributed to a situation in which you find yourself back in the days, or that leads to a relationship that could have been broken up a very long time ago, lasting for a long period of time, let us know in the comments, please. And thank you so very much, Yasha. I really appreciate your comment, has been very engaging and it has enriched the discussion tonight. So, have you struggled? Am I the only one that came from the part of the world whereby the poor had to hate on the rich? Have you ever had to struggle with the fact or see yourself having a discussion that looking back at things today make no sense at all? Why do we oftentimes hate on the rich? I'm genuinely curious to know. We were having a discussion on this show some time ago when we were asking ourselves, why do people get jealous? And we make an example of the Kardashian families. I personally, I do not follow the Kardashian family, the keeping up with the Kardashians, but I have no problem with keeping up with the Kardashians. I don't follow them doesn't mean that I hate them. And you follow them doesn't mean that you are wrong or right. So the reason why we're saying this, that they make a lot of money from their show whatsoever, they are rich, even if they once had their sex tape or whatsoever, that is not the issue here. It is none of my business what they do with their life or how much money they make. It doesn't have any effect in my life. So why will I have issue with them? So when you as a person have all the time problem with people that are rich in your country, but meanwhile you have never met this person in your life, do you think is the right mindset to have going about life in that nature? And we do it too with our politicians. We don't know the reason why they made the decision that they made. It is very hard to lead a society. Very many of us are not even able to lead our families. Our immediate family, we find it difficult to lead it. Meanwhile, our politicians are leading the general society. They have to listen to everybody in the society. They have to do the best to satisfy the need of everyone in that particular society. Having some responsibilities, even in my place of work, has taught me the, the weight, the difficulties that you could have the weight of responsibility that you could have as a leader, if you had to lead, if you had to carry out a project, if you had to present your case to your team and everything, and had to get everybody on board to be able to work on that thing, it has taught one or two things to me as a person as to what, as to the level of responsibility that our leaders in society have. So before you go out criticizing a particular politician, a particular thought leader in the society, have you asked yourself, if you are in that particular post or position, are you sure that you will be able to do better than that person? If not, what will you do different? Why do you end up oftentimes criticizing people that are better than you in life, or that are in a better position, or having a responsibility in the society? Have you ever thought of the reason why you end up criticizing them, even when you, for a fact, do not know them? Could it be a part of the programming that we have in the society as well? If yes, what can we do about it? Because I do believe this is one of the demons in our closet as well. Instead of us to network, to ask information from those that have done something with their life, that have done something of importance in the society that we live, we are rather jealous of them. Why should our default state of mind be that? Don't we see problem with this actually? A very good example that comes to mind is Elon Musk. A lot of people are jealous or hate Elon Musk, especially when he bought Twitter. Why should it be a problem to me, Pedro Apollos, that Elon Musk bought Twitter? Why is it always a default state of mind in us to always hate people when we do not even know them personally? I would really like to know in the comments, please. And if you would like, if you have an opinion about this that you would like to share, come on board. I am here. We can discuss it because I'm curious to know why I'm saying this. Just the same way we criticize public figures that we do not even know, it is an extension of what we do with our friends as well that we know. That's the reason why I'm saying it. If you have the audacity to criticize those that you do not know, you are more likely to carry out that form of unnecessary and unconstructive criticism against your friends as well. So let me know in the comments, why do we hate on those that have nothing to do with us? Hi, Tiasha.
Hi.
Good, good, good.
I made it, kind
Thank you
of.
for joining me tonight.
I'm happy to be here.
Thank you for your comments as well. They were great. They were great
Well,
comments.
that's the best I can do with babies running around. However, they are not asleep, but I escaped in my room now, so I can join
Perfect.
you and do my duty, or how they say.
Perfect. 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 Thank you for joining me, Tiasha. I really appreciate. You just met me at a particular junction in the sense that I am asking, I'm curious to know. I remember, just to explain how negative programming that we have had from the larger society, or it could be from our
Mhm.
family, could actually affect our relationship with other people. Oftentimes, we don't see anything good in anything that other people do. If it's not
Yeah.
something that is done by us, it's not worth it. If somebody else has done it, we don't care. We criticize, we commonize, we underestimate, and everything. So, an example that I use is the case of Elon Musk. When he bought Twitter, for whatever reason, a lot of people were angry. And I had to think about it personally. I've never met Elon Musk in my life. I don't have his phone number. I cannot tell you in a practical term what he has done to me as a person that will make me have any malicious intent against him. So when I see people, oftentimes when people that they generally do not like or ideologically share idea with, no matter what good that person might have done, it means nothing. Why are we like
Mhm.
this? Why?
I mean,
Why?
I think the case that you use, with Elon Musk is just because he's the richest person on the planet, and it's like people see him as somebody who, you have it all. Why do you want more? But then at the same time, who else is gonna buy it off? Like, are you gonna do it or am I gonna do it? Like the money that is involved in this, like I can't even dream about it.
Good.
Um,
No.
it's just it's people's success in whatever way they think that it is pisses people off. Simple as that. I mean, I for instance, like even if I'm angry at the fact that I don't know, he bought Twitter and named it now what X, something. Um, you know, I can be angry, but like, what can I can't change it. Like, no matter how hard I might work, I might never be. Might I said might never be at his stage, right? So I think it's just like jealousy, what we even spoke about before, and I mentioned now in one of the comments. It's simple as that. He
You know.
has what I wish to have. I think it's
Okay.
it's about that.
Yeah. The problem for me is you know, first of all, jealousy, hate, and envy is a waste of time. If you have to use your constructive time in living in that
That's
realm, putting all your
that's
sense
true, but it's
together,
an easy
think
way.
good. Could
It's
it
like
be,
eating healthy. I'm sorry, it's like a stupid comparison, but it's like eating healthy. Like healthy food, it doesn't taste as good as, I don't know, cake and candies and biscuits and I don't know what. You
that's
know what I
true.
mean?
Yes.
Yeah, so it's easier for you to eat on the couch, watch, I don't know, Netflix, for example, and eat a cake than prepare yourself, I don't know, a salad and munch on that. It's just, it's the effort, the whatever we see more sweet, whatever suits us, and we always go for the easy way, which is oftentimes the negative way.
Okay. My problem is this. As humans, we have come a long way. It's 2024 for Christ's sake. It's
Did
2024, Tasha.
we? Yeah,
With
but did
all the
we?
development, with all the personal, do you know how there are more graduates in the world today, at least people that have been to four corners of higher institution in the world today
I
than
get what you
comparison
mean,
to the
but if you
past?
see it, yes, Pedro, but you also need to look from it from the other perspective. In the past, with the resources that they had, they were greater inventors than they are now because they invented everything. They put the base now for these people to be inventors and like taking the society and people and humanity to a next level. But my question here is, did they? Yes, it is 2024, but I feel like in the 80s there was less judgment than it is now. So as a humanity, I think that we are going backwards. Forget about technology. Because now, even when you are watching reels on social media or whatever, do you know if it's true or is artificial intelligence? You get
That
you get what I mean? And then people get stupid because of that. They get upset over the video that you don't even know if it's true or not.
yes, because when I said about this battle that we as humans we really need to fight battle, for me it's something very personal to me. I want to be the best version of myself. I want to be able to help those around me and everything. I also want to be able to contribute to the society that I live in. But if virtually anything you do, there is somebody that have to have one negative thing or the other to say about it, even when you do it for the good of everybody, then I'm like they say in Italian, cavolo, what is going on, veramente? What is going on? Why can't people just appreciate something good?
It's a very good question because, I ask myself that anytime when I also see the news, because the media is turned to negativity before the positivity. So,
Yes.
if you have the televisions made out of drama, like fake lifestyles that they present or real or whatever, um, constant, like even the reality shows are made out of competition. Like, just look at it. Like, those now that are famous, I don't know. I haven't watched it, but I saw it on Netflix. Like, what is it called? Mole, and then Perfect Match and stuff. Everybody is competing. You are there and you need to compete and you bash other people. And people enjoy watching that. Love Island, for example. Stuff like that. This is where money is coming from. Love is Blind. I don't know, the Marriage on First Sight or whatever it's called. Like, it's constant competition, constant bashing people, bringing their self-esteem down. Even the normal people like us, maybe me, if I would want to join one of them and like really find the true love and believe in true love, let's say in this whatever it is, I have no chance because the requirements that they have there, you see, is like, and they bring that, sorry, low self-esteem. It's the media. So how do you expect of all this negativity, of all this drama, of all these like fake scenarios of crypted and scripted and encrypted and whatever not, how do you expect person then to be a positive person and have a positive outlook on life and be clinging to the positivity or be looking for the positivity in whatever surrounding? It's hard, Pedro. You can't. I mean, we lost it. That's why I asked you before. Yeah, okay, fine. We're developed. 2024, fine. It sounds so nice, but the reality behind it is so bad. So we need to face it. And I think that we need to stop expecting people to cling on a positivity and maybe like what we are doing now with podcasts like that, talk about. Let's put it there. Cards on the table. That's the truth. That's how it is. You understand? Admit it, accept it. But I like I said, one of the comments, I think you didn't highlight it, like you said, minding your own business. I believe that when you learn how to mind your own business, that's like a master's soul degree. And when you reach that, you've done it. Because why, Pedro? Look at it. Like I said, now everything is now about life of others. We spoke about it. The podcast, for example, what people are listening to. They're listening to podcasts that are either bashing people, talking about their lifestyles, like it's always about others. And
That's
this
so
is
true.
what people are enjoying now. They are talking about other wars, like in America, they are fighting their own battles, for example. They are having their own shit in the country going on. But yet, in the media, they will put a war between Ukraine and Russia.
That's
It's
true.
always about others. Let's hide our problems. We have nothing to worry about. We have nothing to fix. Everything is perfect. Everything is smooth. It's others who have problems. Let's fix their problems. You understand? And yeah, like I said, I am not there. I admit it. Minding my own business is very hard. And for one, even if I do not want to get involved, you potentially get involved because people now, we spoke about it again before, right? Share everything among each other. They would even share their underwear, you know? And that's the fact. It is. This is how it is. And I know people hate to hear it and people would be like, now, oh my God, look at what she's talking about. But that's the truth. Let's stop closing our eyes. Let's stop denying it. It is the truth. So I do not believe in 2024 to be a developed world. I do not believe in it. And I do not believe that 2030, when they're gonna put electric cars or whatever, it's gonna be a new achievement for humanity. I don't, if I may give one example out, right? And I think it's just them leading us into the end.
It's a very confusing moment in our life, in the sense that, you know, because at times when we have discussion like this, I even want I would prefer to bring in closer to us because oftentimes when you talk about the general society and everything, it's too far away from people. I prefer to bring it down to us. We use the example of Elon Musk and the rest. Yes, that is just because a lot of people recognize who he is and everything. But among us
Hmm.
friends, among us as friends, really, why with my little sources spike somebody for no reason, in the sense that it's something that they can do on their own. So looking back to how we were raised, that is the reason why I use my personal example from the society in which I came from, how it was then. If you are well to do financially, automatically you are a bad person.
Hmm.
It's not different in Europe. When I got to
No, it's
Europe,
not.
it's the same thing. Almost any rich person is always bad. But I keep
Hmm.
asking, at times when I ask, they don't even have a reason for it.
No.
They just know that it's a bad person.
Hmm.
And I'm I'm one of those that believe, if you don't have my number, if you don't know me, it makes no sense that you even talk about me, that you jealous about me. Like, for you to tell somebody, excuse me, that I'm a bad person, you must have known me very well. Then if you don't know me, if you don't even have my telephone number, you don't know anything about me, but you just know that I'm a bad person. Jesus Christ,
Right.
that's a
But
waste.
again, this is what I just said. Listen,
Mm,
you are now on a public platform. Sooner or
yeah.
later, more people are gonna know you. They're gonna
Hmm.
know who Pedro is.
Yes.
They don't know you. They don't know your number. Do you understand? They can't just jump in your DMs and stuff. But yeah, you are there. You expose yourself. I expose myself by showing my
Yeah.
face here and talking.
Yes. Absolutely.
They will feel like they have something to say. They will feel like they know us. But they know only what we share or decide to share with them. And same is with everyone and everything, because it's shared, is there. You mentioned Kardashians before. I just jumped on.
Yeah.
I heard you were talking about Kardashians, for example. They decided to expose their life. They decided to keep their social media alive. People think they
Hmm.
know them. Just today, I was on Instagram. I'm not there often, but I go and I follow a couple of celebrities, so to speak. Um, and like when I'm going through those, are they called reels on Instagram? I don't even know. Whatever they are, videos and stuff. I'm following one lady. I don't know if you know about her, Whitney. She's like a lady of a bigger size, quite big. She's suffering for polycystic ovaries and stuff, which potentially makes her gain a lot of weight. However, she's a great dancer. She's very active, very flexible. Like she can do
Okay.
something that you're gonna be wow at this. The statue she is, you wouldn't
Hmm.
expect it. Um, she had a show a couple of years ago, and I used to follow her, maybe because I could relate. I don't know, but I liked her personality. And just today on Instagram, I come across her video, mm, where she did a video of her walking, spoiling herself to some ice cream and stuff. And in between that, she posted like comments from the people that she
Hmm.
selected.
Good.
Pedro, my God, my daughter can read, and I was watching that reel, and she was sitting next to me, and the first thing she asked me is, "Mommy, why are people so rude to her?"
Really?
Yes, it broke my heart. She publicly told you she has a sickness that makes her gain weight. Like there are women who suffer for that. You understand? Like there are women
Yes.
who have seriously gained weight and like their whole life was destroyed because of this, and it's not something easy. She publicly spoke about it. But yet you judge her. You tell her that she will never be able to find a man because of how she looks. She's disgusting. I know she made the show, and I know she went there to expose herself, and I know she expected deep down that negative comments are gonna come. Mind you, she has millions of supporters. But Pedro, sometimes these millions of supporters, like I'm one of them, who would go there and would hug her, you understand, would tell her, my God, you make me proud, like you are my idol, you understand, going there, exposing herself, stuff like that. Just couple of negative comments for her to feel that she needed to post it and say what she's dealing with every day.
Yes.
And it feels like that it erases all the love that gets to her from just those 5 6 negative comments she selected. I felt like she's losing her battle just with that. And we are talking about losing battles. Like this is like you said, when I commented, I think the second time, you said that it's a lifelong battle, and I agree. And even if it's
It's a
not about
lifelong
the
battle.
particular, yes, and even if it's not about that particular battle, there is always some battles that you are going through. So you will never stop
Definitely.
battling whatever comes on your way, right? But there are certain battles that you say, do I really need to? As a human being, as a loving person, as a caring person, as a nice person, as a helpful,
Yes.
empathetic and stuff, do I really need to? There are certain battles that are put in along on our way by somebody or something that are completely pointless, and they waste a lot of your time, a lot of your energy, a lot of your positivity. And
That
this
is
is
true.
something is so
That
sad,
that is true, Chasha. But there is what they call choosing your enemies. Choose your battles. Choose your battles wisely. Choose your enemy wisely, like they say. The the
hmm
the thing is that what I mean with lifelong battle is that to me is just another way of saying lifelong education, lifelong self improvement, and everything. You have to, otherwise there is every possibility for you to have a relapse. I don't know if I used
yeah,
the example earlier
yeah,
or not. It's like somebody trying to quit smoking. If you stop smoking, you've been able to overcome it, but you still put yourself in the circumstances that will probably make you do it again. I've heard a stories from a lot of people that said they were able to stop smoking for like 3 months, but why I couldn't. After 3 months, they have to
I
start
mean,
again. So,
I'm a smoker. I stopped once in between, but then at the end of the day, I was like, no, fuck it. That's my only spoil. No, I don't drink alcohol,
okay,
at least not
perfect.
anymore. And I'm not saying that I'm justifying it, but I'm one of those, like, I'm very strong minded, but when it comes to this addiction, I just can't.
Mhm.
And then it comes to a
Okay, no
point when
matter
I
how
tell myself,
strong-minded you are.
yeah, yeah, I
Mhm.
admit it. I admit
Yes.
it.
So,
And I have my husband telling me to stop and stuff. So I know what you're saying, and I completely agree. Like,
good.
although I'm one of them. But I know what you mean, and it's all because of us. And I even said it at the beginning, didn't I? That I mean, in the comments when I commented,
Yes.
it is about us. It is for us. It is because of us. But I also said, I mentioned like battles with the families and stuff. Um, I think there was also one comment that I made that maybe I didn't. I felt like you misunderstood it a little bit, but I'll try to remember what it was. Anyway, when it comes to family, and I believe that one of the biggest battles is family for some
Hmm.
reason,
Of course.
because there are people that you're supposed to love. There are the people that you're supposed to be close to. You have a contact with and stuff like that. And I think that there is a huge struggle there, how to tackle it and everything. Like I am,
Good.
I am a good example of that. What just happened to me recently, I shared with you, and I had my first podcast with you about father relationship and stuff. So I
Yes.
believe that those who follow, they know. But you see, this is one of the things, right? We spoke about it. Um, Recently, just happened that I needed to cut ties for good. Where it was also from his side, for
Despite it
example.
being a family relationship,
Yes.
we are
So
talking of
so
blood link here.
yes, and I wanna say this because I wanna talk about the battle to explain it better what I meant, and I believe that a lot
Hmm.
of people can relate to it, if I may, please. So
Yeah.
what it was is like, He basically, after I reached out to him and told him what I didn't like, what I didn't appreciate, and what I'm not gonna let slide,
Yes.
as a human being, as a daughter, as a whatever, I needed to tell him my peace of mind, where I needed to refer to also his new wife because she was the one who started the drama.
Okay.
Where after me sending him a voice message, it came back to me from him not to contact him again. So you see, he like in my case, like how I saw it, I won a battle because he couldn't deal with me. He couldn't deal with my anger. He actually told me back in one of his voice messages that I will need to watch my tongue, how I speak and stuff. And mind you, I'm an adult. I'm not a child anymore. Have my own family. You understand? Like, don't
Yeah.
feel like because you gave birth to me or you created me or whatever you want to call that shit. You have a right to talk down on me and tell me that I have my limits. I'm past that level. You'll never put any limit in my life. Don't expect it that I'm gonna give you one. But what I
Mm-hmm.
want to say is, up to that moment, I was going through different stages and different battles that I had in relationship to my biological father. From anger to resentment to loving to caring. Like I was going through all of that. And what I
Mm-hmm.
mean here is like I want people to understand that I've been there and I'm a tough person and like I'm very emotional. I'm very, very emotional, but I'm very, very tough. And I want to make sure that people understand that it's okay. And even if it's your family, you have to stand your ground. This is the
Yes.
battle. This is very important battle. Forget about the love for a moment. If you're disrespected by your family member, I'm sorry. It's like being disrespected by a friend or a stranger. For me, that's the end. I'm a human being. I deserve my place, wherever that might be. So,
Absolutely.
that's what I meant with my hi Frank, with my message. When I said battles with the families, and I wanted to
With
make
family.
clear, yeah,
True.
how
No, no,
to
no.
approach it also.
You did absolutely well by clarifying it. And our discussion today, there is different angle to it. The most important thing for me as a creator is to be able to give the possibility for anyone, everybody, to air from their own perspective what they
Mhm.
consider to be that important battle in their life that they wish to defeat and pass over and be able to move on with their life. Because oftentimes in life, the thing that is stopping us from being what we need to be at times are within us.
Mhm.
And one of those I actually believe that the enemy that we fight at times is within us. That's the
Mhm.
reason why I use that symbolic wardrobe, demons in the closet and everything, because I genuinely believe that for us to go from point A to B, we have to fight a particular demon in our closet to be able to get to where we need to be. It's just like the case of
Absolutely.
just like the for anybody that has seen the movie of Pinocchio or whatever, before he was able
Mhm.
to save the dad, he almost he went into the belly of the fish or whatsoever. That is how life is. That is how life is. It's ironic. We can laugh about it and everything, but the fact remains that that is how life is. Nothing good in life come easy. While we are doing our best, there are some of us, some of our folks among friends, among relatives, the people we know in the society that are not equally doing their part or that are not at the same pace that we are. Fine. Do we let them bring us down? My suggestion is no. If you are here,
Absolutely not.
anybody that have to meet you have to come up to be here. You shouldn't be the
Amen.
one going down to go and meet them. Otherwise, you
Never.
wouldn't go to where you need to go. And there
Never.
is this popular saying that I know that I believe in is that it is the journey of oneself that makes the journey. You can only go to where you are going to before you will be able to call somebody else to
Mhm.
come. You're already on the mountaintop. You have seen how beautiful it is. Then you can bring others around. If you are strongly to get to the mountaintop and you are trying to drag others along, the two of you may fall down to the valley without you getting, neither of you getting to the destination. But these
No,
things,
that's a very
oftentimes we
good
forget about.
metaphoric.
Yeah, oftentimes we forget about this. Oftentimes we forget about it because it was one of your comments. You said that some of us forget about our battle. This is true in life. I made a very simple example, which I believe a lot of people could relate with, but maybe I will say it again. I do know some people, their house are not in order, but they are one of the best champagne popper in a particular party. You just invite them, they will do the most in that party. Meanwhile, their kids have not eaten at home.
Hmm.
I know
But
people like,
I think that this has something to do with the outer look, how other people then see you.
okay,
You know what I mean? Like you made a comment like donating to a church before, which
yes,
I honestly have like a serious issue with that. Maybe like an atheist or like a normal human being, I don't know. But I have a problem
mm,
with that because you also said like there are family members that have nothing to eat, for example, yet you
yes,
go there and you're gonna donate. But I think that here is the problem because when you donate, others see you donating.
good,
You don't donate in private because if you do, hey, listen, I still believe if there was a private room where you go one by one and donate as much as you want, or maybe like a secret entrance or whatever, lot less people will be donating. But because it's like a group, it's a herd, it's a sheeps.
okay.
My
What you
my
mean is
neighbor
that, mhm.
my
What
neighbor
you mean
put
is that
in.
they
I
do that
have
for
to put in.
validation.
I do believe that they do. I do believe that they do. And I don't know if you're in your church. I'm not talking just about your church. I know that they do in my church. I am 1,000,000% sure because I've seen it with my own eyes. When that basket comes to me, I'm like, pass it through. And they're like, you're not good. No. I mean, the last time I was in church is maybe also 15 years ago, but no, no. Me? Nah. I'm done. What is this? So the whatever pastor, preacher, whatever they call him, is gonna buy himself a new Mercedes. Hey, no, I need a Mercedes. I'm gonna put in my piggy bank there, and I'm gonna get Mercedes. You know what I mean? But because the
Yeah.
neighbor put it in, oh, how much did she put? I was sitting once. I was forced to go to the mass. I'm sorry. I know I'm going a little bit over, but please, it's funny. And I'm sitting where I was sitting, there were like two older ladies, I mean, women of age, 60, 70, I don't know. So I'm sitting next to them. And when that basket or whatever they call it comes around, when they start putting it, forward, like that they want to share, people are going to donate. I hear the first lady asking the other one, how much are you going to put in? And she's like, oh, I don't know. I think I have 10 euros. You're going to put 10 euros? Oh, I only have five. She felt bad because she had five and that one had 10. And they had a conversation back and forth. What are they going to do now?
Yes.
And then when it came, because it came around, right? And it started from the other end. She was like, look, just check how much the other one is putting in so we're not going to be wrong. I mean, when it came to me, I just passed it behind me. I just threw it like that. Don't even come to me with that. You know what I mean? But you have discussion how much you're going to put. To suit who? To suit who?
The
No, I'm sorry to say, but it's just like it's funny to me. So when you use that example, there are women you live out of pension. We all know how state pensions are. Regardless of you working 30, 40 years, you understand? I know that there are barely the bills you cover. You go to church every freaking Sunday. Respect to you. But every Sunday you are there, you donate 5 or 10 euros that they could feed you, woman. So I do have a problem with that. But anyway,
that's
I know I went too far,
that's
but yeah.
no, 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 no. It's not about going too far. No, what the thing is that I hope the message is clear. Like I said earlier on, the thing is that what I mean here is we having that need of public or validation from others,
Mhm.
which in effect your explanation point out as well. So that's just the reason why I use various occasions of people doing the most just to get that praise and everything from others. Meanwhile, their own situation, they have not done what they need to do in their own personal life. So you going out there to put into the basket of other people, meanwhile you have neglected your children, your personal family, and everything. That's a huge problem. That's a skeleton in the
Mhm.
cupboard that one need to fight against.
Yep.
These are the things that I mean with personal battle. To me, these are battles of life that we need to tackle. And like we have agreed, maybe others may disagree. Nobody else is going to do this battle for you. It is personal. You are the one going to get to that self realization and do everything humanly possible that you can to be able to fight and overcome these type of battles in your life. A battle, a personal battle could be form of addiction, even wanting others people's praise. In my opinion, kudos, people are actually addicted to that. They do the most just that people will praise them. None, just like you said earlier on, if the thing is not in public, they may not even give a dime. But for
Mm-hmm.
the fact that everybody is watching and they are going to be recognized and praised, they do it.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
Like
That's a problem
videos,
and need to
you
be
know
resolved.
the
if
so
I may come in here,
yes,
if I may come
please
in here,
say what.
Please, please, Frank, just
you
come
know,
in, please.
yeah, this, time evolved, and in today's society where we live now, somehow, public or people's validation sometimes is not so matter. Before it wasn't so, but now, if you look at our children, you look at us now, the kind of life we are now living right now is it has to be determined by public opinion. You see, what with that say, what we did say, it affects our decisions and the way we live, the way we behave these days. Because in today present was somebody was telling me few time ago, let me say, so we're talking about how many people are following me on my social network and all these things. Then I say I don't have much followers because I don't follow people as well. Then they say, what kind of human being are you? You are in this present world, you are like that. Nobody knows you, you know. Then I was like, but that has nothing to do with anything that I'm doing or in my personal life. It has nothing. That's just a social network. He said, no, 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 no. It's like you are no more in this world. So this validation in time changes. The life we are now living. The other day I also saw on news somebody committed suicide because another person says that I don't agree with you, on what he was sharing or what he said he was doing because other people didn't validate him. So he has to commit suicide. Then he died. Just like that. So the world we are today has, is making us to understand that without people, our lives or what we do will not depend on what people say. And this is what is on today in today's society. These things they are very true. Go and check our students in schools. Go and check. Some of them, they are timid because they don't have much friends. They listen to like one of my relatives. At a point in time, she said she wasn't going to school because she doesn't have friends in school because nobody wants to be her friend like this, like that. No.
Mm.
Why are you saying that? She said probably because of the color of my skins and all that. Different kind of stuff. These things affect. These things are true. People listen because the world we are today, that uh, personal development and self confidence is gone. Is
Mm.
gone. It's among our young people. Even you look at popular people, they are having problem one way or the other. Like what just happened recently, when Kim Kardashian, when many unfollowed her, she was worried. You see, things
Mhm.
are happening.
Really?
We did. I'm telling you. I'm telling it's all over the social
No, but
media.
listen, this is
Uh,
this is their whole identity. This is what brings the
it,
money in also, this is side hustle, as we call it.
of course. So whether the most people are celebrity or not today, whether people are know or not, this validation, society validation, is playing a major role in our lives today. It's just few of us, like the people of 80s, late 80s or early 80s, 90s, that talking about all these to have self-esteem, for you to do go on self-encouragement and all that. But the people of 2000, those one they call Gen Z, everything has to do with how you are being validated by society. No personal confidence, no self confidence. It has to be what your friends say,
You see,
what your
I said
family
that when
say.
you said 2024. I said it
So,
with another
so
words, but I said it. People like,
yeah,
sorry, Frank, but when you mentioned this, just to add, when was it in years ago that so much, I don't know, autism, ADHD, and now gonna tell me that there were no diagnoses? Fine, let's keep that. Okay, how many mental sicknesses, depression and stuff like that, anxiety, panic attacks existed in 90s, 70s?
it was very low compared to these days.
Exactly. But you know what their excuse is? Yeah, there were no diagnosis. But which diagnosis? I mean, I know when I'm
The,
depressed, I don't want to go out of the bed. I don't want to take shower. I don't want to eat. I don't want to do anything with my life. Fine. Which diagnosis do I need? You understand? But it's constant excuses now. Come on, everything is
yeah,
so superficial. It's like it's disgusting. Relationships among families, relationships among friends, relationship among partners. The kids are even fake. Like you have kids just because of the society, because you are in your 30s, and it would be bad that you don't have a kid. So you make one. You understand? And you can you can't take care of yourself. How are you gonna take care of the kid? Then I mean, it goes on and on and on. It's just that's why I said 2024. Ma forget about it. Nah.
the
This to
worst
me
is
is a
yet to
problem.
come.
This to me is a problem. That's the reason why I brought up the issue too, because for me,
Yeah, and
I know
Yeah,
the battles I fought as a person. I was the first to tell everybody on the show today, look, I knew my struggle with what people think about me.
yeah,
Look, I know who the Pedro that I am, and I know myself. I know the people have idea of the type of Pedro that they believe that I am. I know the Pedro that I want to be, that I'm working
yeah,
towards, the Pedro
mm-hmm,
of the future for myself. So
yeah,
whatever I do, I negotiate these things, and I work in an environment whereby personal reputation is very, very important. So you can be helping
okay,
the needy in the society, and you are found wanting in one way or the other. There are some jobs that I needed to do. I have to submit my essay abuse, essay abuse report and everything, just to tell you the caliber, the way they will want to know who you are before they give you certain job, you understand? Because they want to know if I
mm-hmm,
have abused someone sexually and everything, but I never did an essay in my life. So all of these things were required. So it kind of dawned on me that look, I may not think of myself that way, but whoever is going to give me job, whoever is going to call me into certain area of the society, want
mm-hmm,
to know, need proof from the society,
yeah,
from the authority that look, officially, at least this person has not been this. You understand? Those things
mm-hmm,
don't leave you the same person that you were before. If you don't know, it's a
of
different thing, but
course,
this is what is demand of you to go into certain area of the society. So I
mm-hmm,
am careful. And I said earlier on, if I'm writing an email in my office, because I am not a natural born Italian speaker, I learned this language when I got here. Just to be sure,
Mm.
that self doubt is still there. I have to write an email, even if it's correct, I give it to somebody else to look. At times, it even becomes a form of disturb to my colleagues. At times, something that I should have done it in 5 minutes, I have to wait because I don't want to disturb somebody else's job in their convenience time and everything. They have to help me look at it and everything. And at times,
Pedro, can
these
I
things,
ask you something?
ask me, please.
Sorry. Is it because of low self-esteem, or you trying to do the correct way to be accepted, but
Trying
with
to do
what
the
you are?
correct way to be, trying to do the correct way. But at times, my question is, why can't my level of confidence just be enough to say go?
O- Okay, can I ask you something? You are living in Italy, right?
Yes, of course.
You are a black person.
Hmm.
It's written on your forehead you are not an Italian.
Mhm.
So why do you try to are you hiding it? You are not an Italian, period. I understand it's your job, and I understand the level of your job, and I understand how seriously you're taking it. Don't get me wrong.
Yes,
But an Italian can make a mistake, grammatical mistake.
absolutely. Absolutely.
And
That's the
you might be,
problem.
yeah, but you might be so go with your flow. Fuck them.
That
You
would
are
have been
who you
easy,
are.
but
You are losing your identity. You are losing who you are by giving somebody something to read. Am I correct? Who are you to even tell me I'm correct? Fuck off. Send it. Be proud of what you've done. You make a mistake. If they highlight your mistake, thank them for highlighting your mistake. Learn from that mistake. But if the Italian is gonna do a mistake, you understand? It's gonna be taken completely
absolutely.
different. Don't let that
Yeah.
don't. My brother, I go come Italy or I go teach you a few things. Don't mind them.
I think
That's true.
it's
This
a kind of
discussion.
experience.
Uh-huh.
Pedro, hold up, please.
Uh,
Like this, how do I overcome it on my own? Where I used to work before, so we were talking. So there was a word. So in Italian, I could not pronounce it correctly as auto
mhm.
happy, but I tried. They try to understand and say, um, "Is this what you meant?" I said, "Of course." Ah, no, you cannot speak Italian like that. You have to go and learn and all these ones.
Did you
So
slap
I said
somebody?
something. No, no, no. I said something in English.
Why?
So I now say a word in English. I say, please, can you repeat this word in English? He could not repeat the word in English. And he said, because I cannot speak English, why would you want me to say that? I said, okay, because I cannot speak Italian, why would you want me to say perfect? So I told the person, in English, you cannot say anything the way I was saying. So in Italian, likewise. So you don't know this one, I don't know this one. So we are different.
Hmm.
So you are not better
Exactly.
in anything, in
I'm
anything.
surprised you
And
guys don't slap a person a day. Like seriously. When I started
there was that,
working, we were having a
there was
conversation and somebody said, Tasha, how did you know apricot? A fruit, apricot.
yes.
Mhm. Apricot, yeah.
Tasha, it is not apricot, it's apricot. And I'm like, excuse me, it's apricot, it's not apricot. And I was like, really? Really? You're gonna teach me? Okay, fine. We went Google it. It's apricot. Where is apricot coming from? Don't try to. And even if you were correct, that's how I pronounce it. You know what I'm talking about. So why you were highlighting?
Yeah.
Why didn't you tell me the rest that I said right? Well done, Tiasha. I will always say like that. Never make fun of somebody's accent because that means that they know another language.
Yeah.
So true.
You
There
know.
is
You know,
And how about you then? Or you know that woohoo, it boils my blood. Woohoo. No, this for me is degrading. You know, it's a pure degrading. If a person is speaking purely English to you and he refuses to understand you in Italy or whatever, Fine, I understand you get upset. But to mock somebody when you are trying and then tell you, no, 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 you can't, like, even if they're trying to correct you, there are ways to correct you that is not going to be degrading. People
Yeah,
need to learn that,
Of
you
course.
know?
yeah,
Of course.
Ooh,
The thing is that, you know, I don't want to present myself as if I do not have my own personal flaws. When I said we all have battles in life that we fight, I don't even want people to believe that I'm talking about maybe one war, physical war somewhere here. I'm just being the topic of the day is symbolic in nature. We all have skeleton in our closet and everything that we are struggling with. This is my personal one of my personal battle that I continue to have doubt about myself in this area of my life, which is something with my studies and everything, with the effort that I've put in things in life to this extent, I shouldn't have even been having this doubt at all. But no matter how sure I am about myself, the level of self-esteem is perfect, it's okay, but confidence in this particular area, I find myself very lacking as well. So I'm struggling
percentage
yeah.
wise, how many foreigners is
I,
working in your office?
about 5% of my
Exactly.
colleague
That's
are,
your problem. That's your problem. They're
I
not
want to
better
say
than
something.
you.
of course,
Uh
of
huh.
course.
I want to say something. I want to say something here. So sometimes, I want to tell you something. Sometimes self doubt helps you to improve. If you want, I can explain it to you more better.
It can,
Sometimes
but
overconfidence in some cases can also lead you to some errors and mistakes that you will not be able to correct. So sometimes when you are having a doubt, it can help you to improve and get you more better. And be careful enough to do something right. Okay. But where it has a negative impact on any person, that doubting is this, not wanting to do anything. Because some people has doubts, maybe I ain't gonna do this thing right. Because of that, they just stay. They will not do anything. Okay.
the,
So
it's a
while
fine
others,
line.
yeah, while some others have that, like that of Pedro, it is not a kind of problem, but it's a way of improvement of seeking for perfection in a particular area where I
Mm,
think I may not be okay, but I'm doing this thing, but I don't know if it is going to be properly enough, but I want it to be as perfect as I wish it to be. So let me go for a confirmation if this thing is actually perfect. That is that kind of doubt can only make you better and
Or it can make you dependent. It's a very fine line, Frank. It's a very
yeah,
fine line. And it
okay,
also depends on the type of a person you are. Because
of course,
what if you said Pedro's case, I'm sorry to interrupt, but it's just like it's very important to highlight that because it's not only the positive you can take out. Because why I
yeah,
reacted to Pedro like that is I know the caliber of a person he is, and I know that he knows who Pedro is, and I know that he knows what
yeah,
Pedro is capable of doing. Yet, you see, yet something so small compared to other things is bothering him, and that can potentially, in his case or any other case, lead to codependent because
yeah,
he might be like, they, I don't know, let's say he writes an email, they find a mistake once, he writes another email, gives it to somebody and finds another, let's say, one little mistake, fixes it for him. It's gonna be third time somebody's gonna fix it. Pedro, he was gonna believe anytime I write email I need help.
mm,
which is not
So
nice.
yeah, and it's not just nice, it's not right. So
yeah,
in this way, his overconfidence in his belief should be what he needs to activate and be like, fuck it, I can do it.
yeah,
I'm better than everybody here. I will do it. I'm gonna send and I'm gonna make mistakes. Everybody does it. But I am
Mhm.
sure that none of the Italians working in that office is actually worrying about making grammatical mistakes when writing email to whoever. It's a pure fact. It's something in us foreigners that we believe that we are keep making mistakes. I, for instance, I write better English than all of the people here in England that I actually write to. And I'm a foreigner. So if I would believe that my English is not, when it comes to writing, as good as theirs, I would never write a message in my life.
That's true.
Yeah, there is no doubt about it. So what you are saying is right, is true. But in the other way around too, there is intimidation or fear. When that comes, nobody is able to do anything. But sometimes when you seek for better improvement and all that for perfection, you might do that. But I think it has a limit as well. Not often, not all the time, not every day, not every second that you are doing something, you are seeking for a validation. No, no. At
Hmm.
times I write my messages if they are wrong. Okay, sometimes I use to confirm. Sometimes I have to use Google translation, see to see if this thing is correct, or sometimes spellings and all that to cross check depending on where I'm sending it to and all that. So sometimes it's good, but whatever, one thing that is not right is this: not being able to do anything because maybe being afraid of critics and all that. That is wrong.
Y-
Hmm.
Nobody
Yes.
should do that. Nobody should live with that. There is no reason, based on what people is going to say, you will not do what you're supposed to do it wrong. Let them say whatever they want to say. From there, you learn. Because from
That's true.
mistakes, we learn. From failure, we
That
learn.
is
Hmm.
so true.
So,
That is so
at
true.
a point in time, so few years ago, I understand that it's even good for me to fail. So that I can
Listen, you have to fail if you want to stand up, right?
so I may not be able to, you know. So maybe sometimes I'm just doing this, doing that. Failure will make me to rethink and know that this is not the only way to have done this. There's yet another way to do it more
Hmm.
better. So that is the essence of failure sometimes, you know.
Hmm.
So,
Hmm.
or the
Yeah.
problem is that the only negative aspect of failure is that when I fail, I don't want to do it again, or I never make an effort in the first case to have done it right.
Hmm.
You see, that is the different inside. So
Yes.
being failure doesn't mean that one doesn't know anything or he cannot. It has to
Hmm.
depend on the preparation and all that. So all these things
That's
they are
true.
And I
important.
think because people are afraid of failure, they also don't start certain battles. They don't start to fix certain things just because they're
Yeah.
afraid of, failing or losing the battle.
Yeah,
Of course.
that is a great stuff. That there is somebody that I know is a friend. Uh, he has some degrees. He has some. He went to school. He did some courses online, and whatever he has studied doesn't have anything to do here in Italy. He cannot use it. So he's not Italian, and you know there are things. There is a way that Italy there is a kind of setting that it is. It's not everything you can do here, especially when you're foreigner. So at a point in time we were discussing, and I told him these things that you have learned so far, you know that it will not yield you any good result in Italy. But why can't you just try and see if you could go to this place, that place? Huh? Said, man, I'm afraid of relocating. No, huh? I'll just go and start from the beginning and do this, do that, do that. Years passed by. He remained where he was. At a point in time, he wanted to relocate now, then he now has some health issues, and all that. But He now got to a point and look at me. If I stay like this is how the story will never change. Then he relocated. I think a few days ago that he called me and said, if I have listened to you, I don't think all that I went through should I would have went, go through all these ones. But at the end of the day, he has tried and he has seen the difference. You know, sometimes we're always afraid of how is it going to be. I don't know. And when we
I
talk
think it's
comfort zone,
normal being afraid of unknown, you know,
yeah, it's
going out of your
normal.
comfort zone.
Yeah. But we just have to sometimes take the risk and just do it. Just like now,
And
just do it.
and
Because that is
and
where we
one
have
thing
the
that
result. Just do it.
yes, and one thing that people or we as humans forget most of the time is that at times in life, especially when it comes to issues of life, which I call battle of life, like we are discussing today, you have to go into it alone. Nobody, I can only advise you, I can only give you support, guidance, but the practical action, you are the one. It depends on you. Nobody else is going to do that for you. Some people
Yeah.
do not
And
know.
go into as many battles as you can. By the end, you're gonna be a pro. You're gonna be just knocking people down.
Absolutely, absolutely. No,
Yeah,
the thing is that it is very, very important. You know, I we use the word battles symbolically, but it is a battle indeed.
it
If
is,
you are
Pedro.
down on your knees, and do you know as an adult when other adults are deciding your future, where you should be, how you could take care of your family and
Yeah.
everything, do you know how
Yeah.
humiliating and defeating, self-defeating that could be?
Oh my God.
Right.
What
Yeah.
you are
You
boiling
know,
my blood today. Don't use stuff like that when I'm online.
Good, good.
you
So,
I tell you what Pedro says, sometimes I think a lot. You know, so during COVID, I was saying it. I was just saying it. Few men sat down and say this is what is going to happen. And
yes,
this thing is affecting the whole world. And everybody is doing just what they said. So another man is deciding another man's life.
apart
Although
from
we know
Tasha,
with the way nature is, it
avoid that
has
show.
you,
always
guys, you need when Tiasha is online, you need to be careful which topic sentences you guys bring out,
of
please.
course. No, we
Oh.
understand. No, we get some
Oh, Tiasha is wired differently. You know that.
so yeah, of
Honestly,
course, we are all
Listen,
wired
the fact is,
differently.
nobody should tell you. And you know what? You said adult, but like, when do you become an adult? Hey,
uh,
uh-huh. So
we are speaking.
what I mean, if I moved out of your house and I'm
Yes,
starting my own life and I'm creating my own family, whether it be 20, 22, 25, 27, 30, I'm an adult.
let's use the internationally acclaimed standard, 18 and above.
I,
Somebody,
I can't use that. I'm sorry. I'm against that, and I refuse to. I will use an adult when I move out, when I'm able to provide for myself, creating my family. That's when I consider myself an adult. Because if I'm
that could lead
18,
into 40s, Tasha.
well,
That for some people could lead into
fine.
14s.
Listen, if you live under your parents' roof, I'm sorry. For me that stands, and I know that people are gonna disagree with me now, but if you are living under your parents father mother's roof, and a mother tells you, even if you are 40, mother tells you by 11 be at home at 11, don't complain or move out. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, listen,
Uh,
that's the
This is
fact.
deep.
No, my roof, my rules.
yeah.
Yeah.
Period. I will
That's
not have you at
traditional.
4 in the morning coming all
Technically, you
drunk
are
into
right.
my house. No, yeah, but listen, you could no, it doesn't work like that. If you're capable of making your own decisions, then you could be moving out, you could be living on your own, you could create a family, you could be independent. Well, clearly you are not, right? So,
You are not an adult.
yeah, I'm sorry.
If if by all means, even if you are 40, you are still living in your parents' house, you are not
I'm
qualified
sorry.
to be called an adult. That's
Listen,
that's something to think
listen.
about.
I am not saying. I mean, I might disrespect somebody now with that, but at the end of the day, I really don't care. If you are 40 and you haven't moved on with your life and you haven't learned how to be independent, I cannot call you a co-adult. I cannot.
Do you know
Yeah,
that
of
Because
you are
what
course.
have
convincing
you
me? I
done
tend to agree with
in
you.
40 years? In 40 years, what have you done? So I cannot, I'm sorry, I cannot then expect you to give me any good advice or anything like that. For me, you are a child.
In this case, you are not considering those that have moved out, maybe for one thing or the other, they had to return back. Maybe there was a
No, no, no,
setback in
no.
their
That's
but we are talking
different.
of those that has willfully remain in their parents' house leading up to 40s. They are not an
Right.
adult.
But
On that
even
instance,
even if
yes,
you
I agree.
let's put something out there as well. Even if you moved out and something happened and you needed to move back in with your parents, if you are there more than 5 years, you're again a child. I'm sorry.
Yeah. After
I'm.
5 years,
It's.
that's
It's.
deep.
I mean, I put myself this timelines somehow because shit can happen, shit can go down,
Yes.
and but in 5 years, if you have a job and everything, and if you live it with your mom and dad, let's say, back again, you can save some money and you can rent your own place or buy potentially. You understand?
Otherwise,
So
you become a child again.
I'm sorry. In my eyes, yes.
The truth is bitter. I tend to agree with you. The truth is bitter. If by all means after 5 years you remain there again, that's a lot. That's a lot of time.
I mean, I'm
Let's
sorry,
be honest. Let's be
especially
honest.
when I see, and it's happening a lot, right? They moved out, they had kids, right? Created a family, got divorced or whatever, finances hit. You move out, you move in with your parents, and I'm gonna talk about both genders because it's women get comfortable because they have a free childcare, and then they enjoy that luxury, and the trying of that ends. But what disgusts me most is men who move back, men, machos, I can do it all, I know everything, I'm superior, and then they get on in a parent's house and they get all smelly on the couch in front of TV and their life. Oh, I have a children and stuff. You don't. You have shit. That's what you have. So if you can't put your life together in 5 years, and if you've done that, I mean, I'm sorry. Oh my God, no, they disgust me. Mm-mm. Yeah. So,
No.
child.
On this particular aspect,
Wow,
with the way you've explained it now, I
wise
agree with you. I agree with you. Honestly,
Yay!
no
First
matter
time Pedro agrees. No, I'm kidding.
I agree with you on this. After 5 years, no matter the setback and everything, if the person is not sick and is not dependent on their old parents and everything, after 40s and 5 years, no matter the setback and everything, no. Even at times, except the setback is so bad economically and everything, I would rather go stay with a friend than going back to my parents. This is me speaking.
Um,
I'm
I,
not
guy.
saying don't do
I,
it. I'm not saying don't
I
go to your
don't
parents.
know. I don't know. I've been to my parents,
No, we
and
have different
no,
approach to
wait.
this.
I'm speaking about me, but I'm
Yeah.
saying that um, to my friends, no, because one thing about me is I have very little true friends. So if I go to live with them, I might lose that friendship as well. So until then, I rather think that it's perfect and shiny and rainbows and butterflies because I know the problem when you live like that together, the problems might occur. So I would leave the friendship and rather
Stay with the devil
than
that you know.
yes. Hmm.
Perfect. Perfect.
That's me
Look,
though.
guys, this battle of life is something that is very, there are different angles to it. Before I will go, like the question I asked Tiasha and everybody, before I will go to Frank specifically, there is a comment from Obina. Let's look at it. Life is full of criticism. Some are constructive criticism, others are negative criticism. Everybody cannot commend everybody. If an individual expects to be commended for what they do, they will be disappointed. My advice is simple: satisfy your conscience, accept constructive criticism, and be willing to work with it when then ignore the negative one. Yeah, that's dope. That is serious.
That's a very good advice.
It's in my monologue.
But
Yeah.
but
Hmm.
I think that we are wired in the way that it is very, 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 very difficult and almost impossible in too many cases to ignore the negativity.
That's true. Otherwise, we wouldn't be talking. We have
And yeah.
proclivity to anything negative. That's the reason why bad news sells. It's not as
Hmm.
if we do not
Well,
know ordinarily they are promoting bad news in the media or whatsoever. But we keep stuck
yeah,
in this social media and everything because we on ourselves want to satisfy that our inkling for bad news, hearing what is positive, we are not interested in it.
yeah.
We are
I
not
want
interested
to
in it.
tell you.
Okay.
I want to tell you. When you look at the lining or whatever, whenever we are saying, do not worry about what others says about you or the negative thing is this. The thing is this: when you hear the negative and all these words, first, how do you take it? It is the actual issue that we always talk about, or anybody tells you, don't listen to what that is. Do not allow the negative to affect you negatively, not to do anything to change the situation. You
Okay.
understand? So that is the essence of saying don't allow the negative or this that to affect you. Don't take to that. Whether constructive criticism or negative criticism is the same. But the only thing that is always been emphasized that don't let this affect you. The meaning of don't let this thing affect you is this. Don't, sometimes when people hear some negative issues, they stop. They don't do anything
So
again.
true. So true.
I saw on TV this real channel, channel 31 in Italy.
Mm.
So this guy became this lady rather suffer of obesity because because somebody told her that maybe she wasn't beautiful. If I could remember the line of story very well,
Okay.
something negative on her that the person said. She was expecting a kind of excitement or something like that, but the person responded to her negatively, and she never expected such thing from that person. Do you know what she did from that time on? She went in eating, not going out, not doing anything. She was eating, 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 eating until she now destroyed her own self. So that is the negative impact. We always say, do not listen to the negative part. She's supposed to have go on with her life, doing things the way she's supposed to have done, but no, she didn't do anything again. She went in and be eating, not going out, not going to school, nothing. You understand? Until she got because with the way what they asked her to do and all this to lose a little weight before they could treat her and all that, she was unable to do it. So That is what everyone makes. Whenever you hear that,
I
don't allow the negative to affect you. It's simply don't stop doing the right thing you're supposed to have done to improve yourself or to do the things that you do better. So don't stop. That is the meaning of you don't take the negative this thing. We see it, we are human. Everything is recorded in our mind, you see. So it's already in our brain. We think about it, we see it and all that, but we don't have to stop. We should do better. So that is the meaning of don't
that
take the negative.
and I like that meaning and I like that explanation. But the fact is that not everybody is gonna use this kind of words. They're gonna tell you just the way it is, point blank. Even the meaning
Yeah.
behind it is deeper than that. But people will always
Mhm.
tell you them back. It's easier said than done, which is true. And secondly, what I want to highlight here is also we have to be aware again, my God, of mental health of and mental stages of people.
Mm.
It's
Because,
true.
constructive criticism is not
Mhm.
negative,
Yeah.
but all the people hear is criticism. They
Yeah.
hear the
Yeah.
end of it
Yes.
Mhm.
and they highlight on the negative.
Yeah.
And also, we are so damn sensitive nowadays. If I ask you for an opinion or I ask you for anything, and you tell me point blank that's how it is, I have no bloody right to get offended by it because I asked for it. But people just want that perfection. I haven't done anything wrong. I'm perfect in the eyes of others. I mean, fuck that. I don't care what you
Because
think
their
about
parents
me if
have
I've
told
done
them
it right or
so.
right. And that's the next step that I wanted. Those are traumas. That's what I wanted to say. And the traumas that are coming from years ago because you as a child haven't done things right. You as a child haven't done things good. But then at the same time, I always say, I am also not one of those, for example, my child is going to draw a picture and it's shit. I will not be, oh my God, such a nice work. It's not a nice work. I'm not lying. You
So
know what I mean?
this.
Because no, listen, you even if you don't do something right, you as a parent, I'm sorry, I'm not gonna tell you you've done it amazing. First of all, because I
Mhm.
want to teach you that not everything in life you're gonna do is gonna be great for everyone. Number one. Number
Okay.
two, you need to accept the fact that you are not the best.
Mhm.
Yeah. And number three, also, my job is to teach you not to be fake. Be honest. And by me reflecting
Mhm.
my honesty on you, you see, but if you're raising that sensitive human being, everything is perfect, everything is great, everything is this, everything is that. You understand? You're gonna grow up and you're gonna realize that not everything is great and not everything is brought to you on a silver platter. And that's when traumas and tantrums and I'm talking about adult tantrums begin, right?
Absolutely. It happens to very many of us. That is one of
Yeah, I
my
mean,
shock.
yes.
You know, I
It
grew up in an environment where you barely do not talk about money, and every rich person from the society that I grew up in was always evil and everything. So I always personally, this may not be the case for any other person that grew up in the environment that I grew up in, but there was always the association of wealth and evil,
mhm,
which in practical terms is not true. I only
mhm,
knew this when
Yeah.
I became an adult on my own. I only knew this when have experienced the world. I only knew this, up to even about 10 years ago, I used to believe that the rich do not work. It is only when I started doing things for myself, even as little as this podcast and whatsoever, that look, I now know the amount of work that I may even have gone home doing my 9 to 5, sleeping. The rich in the night, they are still networking, they are still making phone calls, they are not sleeping.
Of course.
Honestly,
Of
when I
course.
got to know the amount of work, the mental load, and everything it takes to remain in a what we could relatively be described as being rich, to remain in that position, the work you have to do. Honestly,
Mm-hmm.
have you ever done about looking for finance to finance your business, looking for mutual to get your house and everything? You don't sleep. Okay, I am speaking based on my experience, and maybe for other people it's easy. But look, really, you think it's a joke?
I think
Eh,
few years ago, what I used to say, I grew up in the church environment, and I'm very friendly with the Bible. I understand some things there. And in the church where I was going, at a point in time, I started having that or some issues or some declarations. The riches, everything is yours and all that. One day, I will ask
Mhm.
somebody a question. I will never say, if everything, God own everything, and we believe we are the true children of God, so we should have access to everything. But why is it that we do not have this? We don't have this, and we said it. We don't have it, and you were saying this thing that time. Till now, you don't have it, and I don't have it. How does it come? And I said this person is also so placed in the Bible. He did this, then he got this. Don't you think that this thing is a wrong thing to be saying to people? Then he said, no, we do it by faith. We do it by
it's
faith. Even if you don't
programming.
see
It's
it,
called programming. That's
we
what it's
believe that
called.
we have it. Then Anar says that for me, I don't want to believe this thing anymore. You have got to work. You have got to whatever you want. You have to work it out. You will have it. And the faith is actually for you to work what you believe, not just to believe it and doing nothing. You understand? Because sometimes we misquote or misunderstand the Bible. We do not finish it. We take some part and leave some part. So therefore, from there, I have the understanding and changed it. I was able to when I had the opportunity to talk with people, I talked to them and said, you have to understand this thing in this way, not in this way. In this way, we can stay here till 20 years time, nothing will happen. You
Nothing will
understand?
happen.
So, so many a times is understanding. You
Ah,
know, when we do not have understanding of something, we do it ignorantly, and at the end of the day, as some other times they said us that when you get it is wrong, that may not make you to go to heaven or something like that. But at the end of the day, later as we started growing and having understanding, we found out these are not first, they are not biblical, they are just uh, self, they kind of acclaim something, find one place in the Bible and start saying it. You understand? But later we understand it. So many people are like this as well, in one way or the other.
of course.
The society have taught them wrongly, or they heard some word wrongly. They didn't do anything. They believe that this is how it is, and we just take it like that. Whatever you want in this world, you must work it out. And there is
Perfect.
enough space for every person to work out whatever he or she wants in his or her life.
I am
So I
happy.
think,
I am happy that as an acclaimed Christian, you said this too, because I know that this is the
no,
position of Tiasha to that she refused to even give the
no,
gift, or be whatever in the
no,
No, you're gonna make me
Christianity,
look bad now.
like what Tasha was saying before. Tasha was talking about offerings and all that. The
Yeah,
one of the issues that we face, especially in Christianity today, is simply we are not studying the Word of God. We are
wow.
not understanding what the Bible says. So we have some kind of idea, it's like this. You have to live, or we follow what people say. The Bible is very clear and easy to understand. He told us that he that does not work, let him not eat. What you sow is what you reap. These are basic principles. If you sow, he say, if you sow sparingly, you reap sparingly. If you sow bountifully, you reap bountifully. So
But why don't we hear this
these
generally from everyone? Because we barely hear
people,
this. This is
they
not the
people
main
think
thing.
The fun part is that what you are saying now, and I'm listening, right? I've never. I'm sorry, I've never read a Bible, and I can really not
this
say what
people
is inside.
you
But
can't be a
to me, it's
Christian.
very interesting.
So
Sorry,
I
sorry,
can't be a
Frank.
Christian.
Just
You can't study the word. Yeah,
no,
go
no.
on, Cash.
I like what you are saying, right? I'm an atheist. I've never read a Bible. So those prophecies or whatever you guys call it that you just said, those who don't work shall not eat or whatever you said. Um, there are certain things that they come to my mind when like regular people, well, regular, we are saying. So now I know they might be used from the Bible. However, right? What is funny to me is how many people praise to God and stuff like that. And I use the figurative speech like oh my God or like oh thank God. It's figurative
Mm-hmm.
speech because everybody says it and I did adopt it. However, I'm not religious, not to this extent. Um,
It's okay.
my question is so many people believing in God and stuff, but they don't live by these words. So what is then religion?
That is
Is it, no,
that
I'm sorry. I want to know, is religion just believing in God or is religion following the religious prophecies and like the holy Bibles and stuff like that? Like, this is something that is so this is one of the reasons why I cannot accept this religion to the extent that I'll be like, yes, I believe, I stand by it, I'm gonna follow it. Because there is so many controversies inside. Well, that's another topic I know. But what I want to know is what you just used now. You understand? What you just said.
okay.
First of all, I want to go back to programming because what you mentioned before that they are telling you no, 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 and stuff like that. That's for me, it's simple programming. There needs to be a reason behind why people are not, taught or told certain things, how to go, aim for your dreams, do this, do that. There needs to be some kind of a fear or some stopping behind it. But
The
the
it,
words that you just used, I'm curious to know. Then why don't we all live by it? Why are we not all fair? Because from the sound of it, Bible seems to be fair. Fine,
Bible is very
Bible seems
fair.
to be truthful. I
It's
mean,
very truthful. The
to
principle
some
on it, they
extent.
are good to live by forever. Let me tell you, the Bible is truth in everything. But do we have time to search it out? That is it. And secondly,
I don't
then
know.
you may one may study the Bible and not having the understanding of what he has studied or what he has read. And in Christianity, we believe first Christianity is not religious stuff. Is religion is a way of finding something that we don't know we believe. That is a kind of definition. I don't want to define it correctly, but just like that. But in Christianity, we believe we are not finding. We have already know. We have seen. You understand? So the thing is this, but we have to search it out by ourselves and understand it properly. People nowadays, people
Which I
just study
understand,
the
but Frank, we need to be honest with each other, and I think that this is also one of the things that it could be inserted inside these battles because these religious
yeah,
aspects are also very important to some people, and to other people
yeah,
are not at all, right? Or
hmm,
some people are like one one leg in, one leg out.
yeah,
So it is very very important for me to understand, I'm sorry, I'm looking there because my daughter is sending me something through the door. I don't know what they are doing. Anyway,
Uh,
um, what I want to know is, or what I find it difficult to understand, and I think that this is also a type of a battle, is that
yeah,
you're religious, you might know the bible to your extent. Somebody else might be religion, might know the whole bible by the, how do you call it, psalms or whatever it's called. They know the chapters and which page and on this and Matthew, I don't know, whatever you call it. They know
yeah,
everything, right? And then you have a person who goes to church, doesn't know the bible, but believes in that. And then you have people like me who just, what is it, the thing is
understand.
that this battle, religious, non-religious, half religious, other religious, it's a serious topic and it's serious, and some people might find it very offensive. However, my
Yeah,
problem, right, if I may add, my battle with this religion inside is the fact that whoever is religious, believes in God, reads the Bible, knows the Bible, whatever. If I start asking questions, the
mm-hmm.
answers that I get are
Yeah,
never satisfying, are never clear, are halfway there and halfway out.
yeah,
To me, I'm not asking you to tell me how God looked or looks,
yeah,
for that matter.
mm, yeah,
This is something that, even I think that, even I spoke to some people of Muslim religions that also, they might suffer with this misunderstandings, because as we know, some Muslims, you need to be covered, other Muslims, they don't need to be covered. Like, how? Do you understand me? It's half, half, a little bit there, a little bit there, and it's very annoying, you know because maybe I want to be the one who's going to believe, but if you don't give me facts and you don't convince me why is good, either be a Muslim or be a Christian or be, I don't know, Hindu or whatever, if you don't know how to explain to me, then I'm out.
yeah.
Do you
But
understand what I mean?
yeah, I understand. I understand. Yeah, what you are saying to some extent, not all. I can admit that, but I want to tell you, this. You know, uh, I cannot say there is no perfect way that I can be able to explain some things to you now that will make you to understand and know. But it has to be on a gradual process, and uh, being able to explicate some things to you very well, that will help a lot. But one thing you will understand about all these things is this. It has to, you know, religion, or what we are saying, or moral and all these things, these are not just only subjective or objective issues. Okay, so
No, but
as
Frank,
for me as a
no,
Christian, for me
I
as
I
a
didn't mean.
Christian, for me
No,
as a
my point,
Christian,
my no, just wait. Let me just add this. My point was not
okay,
now to, that I need an explanation as for now. But what I meant is,
yeah,
like, the battles that we are going through, there are certain things that don't have answers on or are not answered correctly or whatever. That's what I meant with it,
yeah.
not to look now
Of course,
for.
there are things that were not no well explained. There are things that don't even have an answer. Even if we ask the question, none of us have an answer to it. They are just like that.
Absolutely.
So we just accept it to be like that. It cannot be changed. You know, we have some things like this. So that is how it works. So I think you are very correct in that area. So things are nowhere attended, nowhere explained, nowhere answered in all of the religions, in all of the things, even a normal secular world, there are things we cannot explain. There are things we don't have an answer to. Sometimes we just
And that's
accept it like
exactly
that.
my point, that you come in a stage in your life that, you might face with certain battles or certain questioning yourself and stuff. And because of the situation that I just give you an example on, obviously, of the religious, I'm trying to explain that this is also why some people then just give up, because it's just like, I
Yeah,
got nothing, or nothing that I could relate to, or nothing that I find of help, or nothing. That's
yeah,
what I meant.
yeah. It's the way,
Obviously, trust me, if you want to
it's the way
convince
we
me into
got
Christianity or anything, you will need at least 1.5 years with me in a cell closed in. So you
it.
don't even try to, you
Sasha,
know.
Sasha, if we talk together, maybe if I just it will not be up to an hour, just normal conversation like this, because what we are saying, like
Frank,
the
we can go
Bible,
for a drink, but trust me, 1 hour with me is not enough. You can ask Pedro. Pedro lived with me, I mean, close to me, couple of years, and he couldn't. So
no, we are not to do that normal. So that is how it works. But there are things you have to understand. There are things that don't have an answer. There are some things that don't have explanation. They are just like that.
well, if they don't have an explanation, then I'm out. I need
Yeah.
facts.
And there are things that you also like the word of God, especially the Bible, has facts. Daily, what we are seeing daily, we see it there. The way we are living daily, everything is there because all the principles are applicable. They were applicable some years ago, many years ago. Today is the
I
same.
understand about the
So,
religion, but you see, for you, and I'm not talking just about, there might be situations that might
Esther,
find
your audio is
being,
echoing. What is happening?
it's echoing
well,
Yeah. Okay,
a
at least on
lot.
my end.
Frank, how do you hear me?
Frank,
Because
Frank,
how,
can you hear her clearly?
yeah, I hear both of you clearly, very clear,
Ah, okay. At
without
my end is
echo.
oh,
echoing.
uh, Pedro probably wants to put me on mute and he put me on echo.
No. No, the discussion is going great. So not at all.
No,
Not at
it's
all.
not just about religion, it's about other things that, people. This is what I mean. Like, you might find a fact inside, or it might be factive to you, you know,
Mhm.
but to others it cannot. But the fact is that we are talking about these battles and maybe looking for solutions. And I highlighted this because not every time it is possible, or not every time is of any help if, we are looking for help or explanation or guidance or whatever. That's what I meant. But Pedro,
Mm-hmm.
I really really like discussion, but my kids are apparently not sleeping yet, so I will
Yes.
need to go, and I
Yes.
will remain in the comments because
If in fact we are calling it a day, it's been more than 3 hours or getting to about 3 hours. Discussion is okay as well. So and
no,
okay,
we
please
can
go and take care
continue.
of the kids. Mm,
Yeah,
please go and
I'll be
take
in the
care of
comments.
them.
You talk. You at least sometime. I have lots to say. I'll just type.
Perfect. Perfect. There's no problem at all. Take care then.
Great.
Take care of the kids, please.
Bye,
Ciao,
Bye.
Sasha.
ciao.
Bye.
I will. Bye.
Bye. Bye.
All right, Mr. Frank.
Mm.
You
Yeah.
personally, has there been any, do you have any battle that you have struggled with? Battle in terms of what we are discussing today? Maybe
Wow.
personal, it could be addiction, it could be even maybe in an area where you have low self-esteem. That I mean, tell what battle have you, what is that particular area in your life that you have to put up a fight to be able to overcome?
Mm. You know, I think there are a lot. Okay, but
Really?
let me just let me just say this. There is one thing that I'm always struggling with. It's been a long time trying to do it. Is this? You see, I will just sometimes I would begin something, start it, At a point in time, hmm, I will just be so tired and say, no, this thing may no, I don't think I will do it again. I will leave it there. That ability to start and finish it, sometimes when you start, it may be easy. So along the line, it got
Mm,
serious or getting wider. You have to put in more effort, to be able to finish it, either taking a course, either learning something, sometimes like for a long time I've been struggling with this. Sometimes I'll pick up a book, let me read. Maybe I will get to half and years I will not go back there anymore. So it's not something that is palatable. It's not something that is good. And severally, I've seen where how it has deeply affected me. So this
yes.
this something that I'm struggling with fighting in all cases to make sure. Sometimes I woke up and say, well, I don't feel like going to work today, or I'm just tired. You know. So it's a kind of struggle that I'm fighting each day to make sure,
Mm,
it's a battle, and I've seen it to be a problem. So try to study that and all that. If in relationship in everything, at a point in time, I must get to somewhere that I don't want this thing again. I don't want to do it again, and there is no reason why I shouldn't do it or anything. But I'm just so tired. you know. So sometimes I'm struggling with this and all that. I have to make sure I force myself in some cases to say no, I must finish this, you know. So I think that's one of it.
do you think that talking to somebody concerning this might have been of help? Because the irony is that you know for a fact that this is a problem for you, and it continues to remain even despite the fact that you know about it. So
Yeah.
it's confusing. You are not alone in it. It happens to a lot of us. This,
Hmm.
I will not say is chronic procrastination, because it's even different from procrastination in this case, postponing what you need to do. But this is just you starting something that you don't finish it. A lot of people do, and it's a form of distraction as well. And there is
It
this
is.
thing that is commonly known for those that procrastinate, is that it gives them a kind of a little bit of dose of dopamine. It make you feel good. You just postpone the thing and said, I will do it tomorrow. You could have do that thing now. You could have even
Mm-hmm.
have done it yesterday, but there is still time. And some people, even as students, it affect them too. They will have a month, 2 weeks, and everything to study for exam. They wouldn't do it. It will be 3 days to the exam that they will start studying. I don't know if you
Hmm.
understand what I mean. It happens not only in your life, like yourself and myself, even going back to the days of universities, our studies and everything. It happens as well. And this is something that remain with us for a very long period of time.
It happens. Even I could remember 2 years ago when I wanted to do because I started 3 years. Yes, of course. 2021, I started doing a driving license.
Okay.
I will read later. mm, I will do quiz
Okay.
later. I did it when it was few days for me to go and write exam. I was just trying. When I got to the hall, I failed. Though it was just one that made me to fail, something like that. But later I realized was the way I took the whole issues. That's why. Then later I
Yes.
have to sit down and say, I'm getting this thing now. And I was fighting myself. I was fighting. Even when I'm tired, I will say, no, I will not be tired. Forcing myself, encouraging myself. And at a point in time, I wanted to speak with somebody concerning this. I think what the person, I thought this person could be able to talk to me because I started seeing it as a problem. But how do I stop it? Has it become a habit? Of course, I think it was. You know, when I spoke with this person, man, it's so much, you're too lazy now. The response was that this thing is beyond laziness. You don't understand what I'm talking to you about.
Mm-hmm.
It's a psychological effect. But
Yes.
I know that this is a problem, but I do not actually have the solution for it. Sometimes you may know something that this is wrong, but I have to make
Mm-hmm.
it right to do another thing. So when I look at it, I do not have enough money, or I don't even have the time to go and check for a psychologist or a professional counselor and all this thing. And I say, well, I gotta do it myself. When I recognize it, then whatever I want to do now, then I have to set a time for it and to make sure, in case maybe I could not do it now, later I will have to do it again. Not long, not the way I used to do it before. So somehow
You know,
improving. But
chronic
that's a major
procrastination
shift.
is a thing. Yeah, 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 you're right. Chronic procrastination is a thing. It's a thing in the sense that, you know, even it's not only in big things, but even in little things as well. Little things as simple as even making your bed in the morning. You
Yeah.
have all the time to have made it, getting prepared to go to work and everything. You could have actually done it. Let's say, for instance, you need to leave the house by 7 in the morning. From every account, it could have been possible for you to wake up by 4:30, 5 in the morning, or let it even 6. You have 1 hour to put yourself, prepare yourself, make the bed and leave. But most of us don't do it.
No.
Yes.
Actually, so I have to force myself. I will say, okay, this whole week I'm going to meet my bird. I will meet my bird.
Cool.
And I will try. I will try. I will try to make sure I do that. I will make sure I do that. At times I think, let me sleep,
And
guys.
and some people believe that if you are able to make your bed first as before you leave the house, is one objective you have accomplished, could be
Of
considered as
course.
one of the objective you have accomplished during that day. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
So it's something very, very interesting. Chronic procrastination is actually a problem. And this being based on our discussion today could be one of the battles that some of us face in life as well, you know, and it could at times believe it could actually affect our relationship even with our spouse when we continue to postpone the things that are important that we should have done, not necessarily for us, but for the well-being of the family. We continue to postpone it and everything. We don't meet up with deadline, quote and unquote, established deadline and everything. Then it make us have discussions that are not necessarily that could have been avoided, But these are things that some of us, out of due to our ego and everything, we don't want to share it. We don't want to talk about it. We, you know, is there is one thing that is very common among us men. I don't know about your case. I am very guilty of this. Spending time in the toilet, listening to news. To be very honest, most of the time where I listen to updates, news, and everything, it is when I go into the toilet to brush my teeth, to do what I'm supposed to do, take my shower, leave the house. That is when I have the time to watch these reels and everything. That is when I do it. And it drives my wife's crazy.
That's it.
I don't know your case. I don't know the case of every other man, but honestly, I happen to know recently that most men spend time it because there was a reel that I saw on YouTube that the lady was saying, okay, fine. Herself and the kids are going to sleep. They have to leave I forgot what she left behind or at the door of the toilet for her husband that has been there for more than 1 hour. I'm like, this is like me. This is what happened to most of us. And most of
Mm.
our wives, significant other partners do not like it. Why do
That's
men spend hours in the toilet when they could have actually watched the little video in the sitting room with the wife and the kids. I don't know. But this too could
Well,
be a
well,
monster in our
yeah,
closet.
no, sometimes, a man needs a, a man just need quietness, just need a place
Yes.
to be, to see himself.
Hmm.
And sometimes it could be that time when he's in the toilet. That thought will just came to him, and it's not only merely watching things and all of that. Sometimes
Yes.
he must keep to himself, either taking his shower, and he will spend a lot of time there. You get it now.
Yes.
So either in the toilet, sometimes at work when he's alone, sometimes on bird. Those things comes like that. But there are some battles, also, many a times a man fight his battle in his mind alone.
Yes.
Because the way a man thought is quite different from every other, different from the female being and all that. So sometimes we process issues in our heart, our mind, and that we keep maybe when we are doing one thing or the other. So that keeps us at times, away from something.
Yeah, that's
So
true.
yeah.
And there is another aspect I would like to add to this as well. Let's be honest, we are men. The thing is that at times, the world will want us to show our vulnerability. When you show your
Mhm.
vulnerability, when you demonstrate it in everything, you are called a weak man as well. So it becomes
Okay.
the life of a man is very complicated. Maybe the female folks may not understand it or they may not agree with it, but however, it is quite crazy. You are not even allowed to be vulnerable, even when the words tell you that you can express your vulnerability. Just try doing it and see the reaction. Even those that are close to you, the way they
You
will
know, you
handle it.
know, I don't know. At a point in time, there was something that somebody said. Not somebody said. The way I grew up was that a man doesn't cry. Why
Yes.
would you show weakness? You are a man. Look at the way you are doing like a woman. You know, why are you doing this? You need to be strong.
We are not supposed to
So,
show our feelings.
to be a man, I've always understand to be a man is that you have to keep your weakness to yourself. If you are going through pains and all that, whatever that is going on around you, you have to keep it to yourself. This shows that you are a man
Hmm.
and always appear to be strong, even if you are dying inside.
Good.
So these are some of the things. And sometimes when you want to talk to your fellow man on some issues, the way he will reply you yourself is going to be scared. And you have no one to talk to. And sometimes you want to express it to maybe your partner, your female friend, and all that. At some other time, this maybe there is a kind of misunderstanding, or there is a way that this thing will not be a way to speak to you anyhow to maltreat. You understand?
Hmm. Your audio is gone, Frank. I can't hear you no more.
All right. Maybe I
Okay,
don't know.
right now I can hear you. Yeah, good.
So I was hearing before. So many things. The reason why man cannot speak. So maybe the man is just wired in that way, or the way the
Mm.
society has put him man these days.
No,
You know.
I think it has to do with programming. That's one of the reasons why I believe it's a battle that we have to fight as humans to overcome this. Because oftentimes the things that we go through in life has to be has to do with the way we were cultured to see the world and everything. You know, there
Of
is
course.
this popular saying from where you and I came from that look, if an elephant was giving birth to and was held to a pole with a chain or a rope on her neck or on her leg, on the elephant's leg, and the elephant grew up there, the elephant may not know her entire life that she is an elephant, that she's actually a giant and can do exploit. You understand? Because all her life there was a chain or a rope head to her neck or her leg, her entire life. Of
Yeah.
which we are talking of a giant, an animal, the biggest actually landed animal on earth. That is true. At times, the way we are programmed to see things in life could be a problem. You know, that is the reason why I said at times, or in for the purpose of this discussion, that our knowledge, either wrong or bad, based on new knowledge that we may not have today, but a knowledge is a knowledge at any given point in time. Something that
That's
is no longer correct today, but may have been correct yesterday under a particular
yesterday.
circumstances. So it is practically difficult to discredit a particular knowledge. So your knowledge in life at times could even be a form of hindrance to you as a human being.
Yes, yes,
And that
yes,
in that instance, it become a battle. When you realize
yes.
this, for you to undo all of this programming, it becomes a problem.
That.
So a man should not show emotion. A man should not cry and everything. But look at the society that we live in today. You know, generally, a man is supposed to be a provider. But in the West that you and I live today, with the precarious job that we do and everything, with the cost of living and everything, really,
Mhm.
really, 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 let's be honest. I think you have to be one in a million to be able to be all round provider in your family.
Yeah. Yes.
Because if we have to be honest, providing what? Because there is also level to these things. So being able to provide, are we talking of the basic or are we talking of a life of comfort? Because the basic will
Mhm.
be that I have just been able to pay my light bill, the salary come, everything has been programmed and everything. I'm barely able to go to a holiday for a holiday in a year or in 2 years. That is
No,
just living
no.
a basic life. There is no comfort
This
there.
time, this time around now, when they say that a man is a provider, it's not the way that it used to be that it is now in the ways of our fathers and all that.
Okay.
Now, when what I've noticed in this Western world and with these modern things that we are doing now, calling family, calling a man, although a man has been reduced to nothing into this world, into this
Yes.
society, a man is no longer a man and all that, he, men are now expected, even at this time now, a man is also being called or to be responsible for the happiness of his partner. You
Yes.
understand? And
Above
naturally,
everything else.
above everything,
Psychological happiness, and it's not just the even the physical how she feel.
he has to, and in the, we have lied to ourselves. There are some theoretical principles that are not correct. There are some studies that are not correct. Many
Mhm.
things that are not correct today that we are doing and we are saying this is true and not that. The truth and the fact of the matter is that nobody is responsible for your happiness. It is you that is responsible for your own happiness. Happiness is self responsibility. Not because I'm not the one to determine how you are going to react or create a situation. You have to create a situation that will make you to be happy. But in today's society, when we say man is a provider, is that man is everything, especially when he got married. He's going to make the girl, the woman laugh. He's going to be anything. How the woman reacts is depending on him. Every problem is on his head. It's not to even to because provision in those days, how we understand it is this: although a man provide moral support and all that, it's to make physical provisions, at home, physical amenity, all these things, pay bills, uh, providing something, to eat and all that, everyday clothing
Provide the
and some
basic
other,
shelter, house,
yeah,
and
basic
probably food
shelter.
to eat.
This, this is how it's supposed to happen. But and for a man to have provide all these things for you, there is a certain rule and a certain way by which he is going to do it in such a way that he'll be able to provide. If I am to lead you, there are ways or there are things and there are certain obedience that I will expect from you so that I'll be able to lead you. But
Yes.
if you are asking me to lead you to provide for you in your own way, I cannot. You understand? So I cannot actually do that. I will only make provision in the way that I can afford. So, but now that has been taken away from man. His right has been taken away from him. So man is no longer man in today's society, especially in the Western world. Maybe like us,
Yes.
the African family and all that. Sometimes we still have that that ability or that money spirit in us or in our family. We still having that kind of money stuff. That money ability is also given to a man, and his place is given to him. But in the Western society, the place of a man is taken from him. So he's struggling, he's doing things, Man is, currently, for you to be a man is even an offense. So being a male is an offense in the first case. Man is a predator. Man is this, is that, is a rapist, is trash, is different kind of stuff. Man has been reduced. Responsibility has been reduced.
So
Emotionally, man.
what should men
So,
in Western world, especially those of us that came from a different cultural background, today, how do we
what,
face this battle? Because
what,
today we are trying to emphasize the battles of life for everybody.
Mhm.
In this particular reference that you have made, it has to do with men in this particular case. I believe a female folk we have their own point of view concerning their own personal struggles as well. But for the sake of argument, for the fact that you have made example out of men, what will a man do in today's Western world then? How do you face these battles and
the
conquer
only thing
them?
that a man should fight for his right and stay in his place. That is just how it is. If you look at it, like man fight for
Mhm.
women's right, it is not
Yes,
women that fought for their right, and it is other men that fought for women's rights or other man's right. But today, evil man is against man's own right. Everything is,
that's true.
and if you look at it in today's society, women have no fought for, as in, women did not correct other women and say,
That's a
no,
big
you don't have
problem
to
as
do
well.
it. A man is this one. This is how you should have done. Even as in, because it is men that stop other men from maltreating a woman. You
This is
understand?
true.
And it is also a duty of the all women to tell
Mhm.
other women to stop maltreating a man. so that it can be balanced, you know. And now man has to fight for himself again to be able to stand his ground. Because if not, some of the laws are not, if they are not amended, we will continue in this chaos. We will continue in this chaos because
You,
everything
you,
has to do with the law and
you
all
know,
that.
the irony, Frank, is this. A lot of women, based on what I do, and I'm always in the cycle of younger folks, and even a lot of women complain there are no great men anymore out there in the sexual marketplace.
Yeah.
Sexual marketplace, with sexual marketplace, I mean those that are of the dating age, those that are maybe divorced and looking for a
Yeah.
new partner and
Yeah.
everything. They don't find
Yeah.
great men anymore. So the thing is that men are complaining of the downfall of men. At the same time, women are complaining of the downfall of men. So I am trying to figure out who should help who in this situation actually.
Who should help who in this situation is this? You know, when you neglect what you have, you or what you should have gotten,
Mhm.
as in the value will go down. You understand it? So that is just how it is. The because of the right, because of the way society have esteemed women and downgraded man. So this has caused the effect. Most men don't want to do anything because they are afraid. The names that you will call them, you see it now. The treatment that the way they will be treated. Okay, let it be now that I'm with a woman and I didn't do anything to her at all. But simply because I'm a man, if there is an argument, it is whatever this woman says that is true and correct, even when it is not true. Nobody is willing to listen to me.
This
The-
is very common in the West and it's a huge problem. You better not
nobody
be
is
accused of
going,
anything as a man.
nobody is going to listen to me at all because simply because I'm a man. And men
It's
now,
quite
in order for them,
unfortunate.
this is just how it works. So what are we going to do? A man has been reduced to nothing. A man has been reduced to nothing. And men did all these things. Women, they are special beings. We love them and we want to protect them. That's why all these protections and all the laws that favor them were made. But what did they do? They abused it. A woman
You
has
know,
never done anything to make man better. Check it. Check it anywhere in the world. Check it anywhere in the world. A woman has never done anything to make a man better. Man has never, and we never. Okay, when a man goes up, what the first thing that the first thing that he does is this: he takes his partner or wife up with him and with the children. When a woman goes up, the first thing that she does is to bring out the man.
get rid of the man. That is very common. We joke about it in the
just to
world and
get rid,
everything.
just to get rid of the man in order just to get rid of the man and say my children, my children
We
and all that.
understand for all the feminists in the background and everything that we on every all women are not the same. We know, but we are speaking generally here. It's very common, and this is how it is
We may say
in life.
women
Unfortunately,
are not criticizing women. If women are criticizing women the way men are criticizing men for maltreating a woman, we should have a balanced society. No woman
yeah,
criticizes another fellow
but one
woman.
thing that I
The
understand,
men
Frank, is
will
that
be crazy there and say, don't mind the men, they are like this. This
yes,
okay, look at it. look at it now. Just take statistics. Even in the last 50, 60, 40 years in this Western society, how
Hmm.
many men, how many men grew up with their father? Very few.
Very
You
few
can
of them.
count. So now, men are be grown like women. You understand? Men has been grown like women. They don't have any father figure in their life. So therefore, they think like their mother. They behave like their mother. At the end of the day, when they got married to, they cannot be able to be that kind of a man, that should have been able to lead the family. They'll be leading as if they are women. See, a man is decisive in nature. A man is decisive. This is it. This is how it works. A man is like, how were they able to form the military? This is how a man's life is. The world was better because of men. But since the downfall of a man, the world is getting worse. But look at all the laws that are coming out. Look at all the things that they are doing today, tomorrow, and everything. Senseless things have become the order of the day that are right today. You see now, because why? Man sees, man don't respond to emotion.
Mm.
But the men we have today, they are no longer men because 90 or 65, they only just have that something in between their legs that made them male. But in thinking, in maturity, they are female. You understand? So they are female. They because men are not emotional. Women they are emotional. They respond to emotions, and that's why they are able to nurture. A man discipline and direct. This is the duty of a man. Direct discipline. Inculcate something. When a child is wrong or doing something that mother will say, "Oh, stop it. Okay, it's alright, it's alright." Or when a child is falling, trying to walk and it fall, try to walk and it fall, or not doing something right. At a point in time, the man may say, just try again. The next time we say, oh, what are you doing? I the way he will respond will cause the changes. But woman don't respond like that. Woman, okay, it's going to be okay, it's going to no. Man disciplines and direct. This is it, you have to do it like this. Because we see beyond now. But on the other way around, and nature made it like this so that we'll be able to complement each other. So that is how it's supposed to be. But today, a man is being reduced. Sometimes there are some things that will happen to me. If I were to be in Africa, I know what I should have done. But based on where I am, I will not know. I will look at it as if I didn't see it. Because if I do, something should happen negatively. Nobody will listen to me. Oh. No single person will listen to my side. Nobody is going to take account of what I'm saying as important. What happened is that you have done this, you have done this, you have done this. What led to this? The third law of motion says that in every action there is equal and opposite reaction.
Reaction.
So, yeah, nobody thinks of the other side anymore. So men are afraid. True men are afraid. The real men are afraid. They don't want to do anything. You won't see them because they are being seen as predator. They are being seen as bear. They are being seen as you know different kind of stuff. The Western society has destroyed manhood, has destroyed anything that concerns man. They have destroyed it.
I,
So
I I listened to you carefully, and I share the opinion, and I think that if this is the situation of most men in Western world, those that were giving birth to here ordinarily, and those of us that came down in the course of our life, the future, in my opinion, is very bleak. You know, in the course
yeah,
of our discussion tonight, in the course of our discussion tonight, I was telling Tiasha, for goodness sake, that we're in 2024. She said to me, look, I should forget it. It's not about being 2020. It's as if we have grown and developed, but the problem is that she believed that we have actually take a huge step back from what used to be or how life should be. I think
mm-hmm,
hearing your perspective, in part born out of your personal experience and everything, and this is what most people share. I'm even on the side of women here because I have heard a lot of women complaining, saying that men are no longer the men that they used to be. The absence of real men, men that could actually stand and take their place in the society, is lacking greatly in Western society. Truth be told,
mm,
whether we agree or not, everybody is just being politically correct and everything. And
yeah,
at the end of the day, it's not beneficial for all of us. We,
it's not beneficial
I,
for anybody.
anybody,
Anybody.
because we could change the name of whatever we want, but the nature of that thing do not change. We need
It
men
doesn't
that will
change.
stand their ground in the society, because this may not be politically correct whether we agree or not. When the war in Ukraine started, I used to believe in feminism until 20 February 2022, when the war in Ukraine started. All the women and children were allowed to go away, and every man from the age of 16 or 18 up to 65 or 60 has to remain in that country to fight. Which, and
Mhm.
all the thing that I believe for a very long period of time that has to do with equal rights, equal this and everything, what a man can do, woman can do better. It it blew everything away from me in in the front, like the experience to today, the shock, I'm yet to recover from it. So I think we should stop lying to ourselves. We are not equal. We are equal before the law. We have to respect each other and everything. On in some certain areas, the difference between us has to be emphasized, and the equal respect that we need to give to each other has to be emphasized. Look, I've even heard from some
Pedro,
men that if you prove to them that you are a feminist, they don't want to do anything. If they see you being attacked and everything, they don't want to know have anything to do about it. So I believe that some women are even lacking physical protection that they could have even gotten from the men or society, apart from what the law could provide. They are not getting it.
mm-hmm.
I have seen some videos in the United States of America, women being attacked at the train station, in metro and everything. Nobody is responding. Nobody is intervening.
Yeah,
This is not a life or a word that I would like to share with my children, but it is what it is. It's the situation we
that,
have chosen this. We are all guilty of
yeah,
it, to be honest. We choose it. We choose to
mm-hmm.
accept it.
That is that. See, I want to tell you when we're talking about equal, for all my life and all my, there is nothing equal. There is nothing equal. You know when we say when we're doing mathematics, say 2 plus 2 equal 4. It is something that is combined, and equal means that when something is combined, the next thing that it will produce, it is okay, is this thing that was combined that was able to produce this. That is the
To
equal.
meet
That
up
is
to
the
that.
that is how it is. Male and female combine together to make to be equal, family. You understand? Not that
Yes.
a man is equal a woman. A man is not equal to woman. A man is not equal to woman. Woman is not equal to man. See, We are trying to neglect differences. Differences, our differences help us to function properly. It helps us to function properly. Okay, okay, take a study. Look at the electricity. We were
Yes.
told that we have the negative wire, we
And
have
a
the positive
positive.
wire. If you take one out of it, it will not work. How the
It will not
negative is not
function.
equal to positive. No,
Not
the
at all.
negative is not equal to the positive. Negative is on its own functioning in its own proper way, producing the right result. While the positive is this, in order to give, to make the light shine, to make the microwave work, to make the tip, you know, that is how the society, that is how nature made everything to be. That's why. That's why. That's why. What is it called? There is lizard. There is another thing. There is fowl. There
Mm.
is chicken. There is different kind of stuff. Look, even what man has invented is not even the same. It is the difference that make it to function properly.
Yes.
So, what did we do? Man wants to fight against nature. Man wants to fight against what it is to create their things in their own way. That's why we have all this chaos. And the chaos will continue and more will come. Because every day we are doing new things, saying new things, doing so there are some cases now, there are some places now where even when a crime is committed, they will say it's no longer a crime. It's like this, it's like that. You understand? So this is will continue until maybe man realizes his mistakes and say, okay, let us now go back to where it is. It was or what it was made to be. You understand? So that is just that man is never equal woman. Woman is never equal man. But we are human beings. All of us are human beings. You understand? The respect of a
Yeah.
man is within, the respect of a woman is within. Not that we will not do like this and do like this is what make it right. If you look at the feminism issue, the feminism issue is to get rid of nuclear farm. Feminism is not just this thing. There is something that they are fighting against. It is not being a man or being a woman. There is something they want to get rid of. Is to destabilize this nuclear farm, man and woman, children. That is what feminism don't want. It's a movement. It's not fighting for equal right. They are not fighting for the right of women. That is what you have to understand. If you look at it critically, they are not fighting for the right of women. They are only trying to destroy something that has been. I've watched some of them. What they are after is to get rid of nuclear family. So that is just how it is.
So this is a battle how do we survive this battle? How do we fight this battle? Anyway, let us Tiasha has written some comments and everything, a lot of them actually. Let us hear what I hope she has been able to listen to us. Let us hear what her opinion is. You got this, you got this, whatever it might be, we can and we will. Not every road is a smooth ride, but to get to the destination, it is what it's all about. Okay, that's nice. Making a bed straight when you wake up in the it's not recommended, guys. They say bed needs to breathe. Okay, okay. This is when we were talking about how difficult it is. Some some bad habits that we have, and with your wife, so annoying. Okay. Yeah, because we spend a lot of time in the toilet as men. What
Yeah.
quietness. You leave the best topics when I'm out. No, no, no. We did not leave. Men in the Western world have brought it upon themselves. Okay.
Hmm.
The this sad situation of men in the Western world, Tasha said that we brought it upon ourselves. Same
Of course.
goes for daughters. If there is no role model, how can they know what to expect from a man? Wow, this is true. This is so true.
Hmm.
Oh boy, make Tasha come back. There is a third wire grounding one, guys. Yeah, the thing is that it's very complicated, to be very honest. As a situation,
Yeah.
we just have to make peace with what life is, and if things were very rosy where we were giving birth to, maybe we would have remained there. But mind you, some of us had the privilege of having some education. We believed in one thing that is not practically available in our society. That is the reason why some of us left where we used to live. And we are here today. This is the situation that we find ourselves. So what am I trying to say here is that for anyone to live in this life, there is what they call trade-off. At times in life, there are no solution to a particular problem
Hmm.
that may exist, which you yourself and Tiasha actually said in the discussion earlier on, even when we use the religious example whatsoever about what is in the Bible or what's not. So it is also so or true about the secular life, like you said earlier on, Frank. Sometimes in life, we don't not have solution about a particular problem that may exist, but we have to be able to have the ability of having a trade-off. So what I'm saying with this is that this situation that we find in Western world is the price that we pay of living in a society that is different in a very bigger and obvious and practical way from the one that we used to live. Because if you have to consider everything that we know that could happen or that exists in the society that we used to live, they are not equal. That society have their own problem entirely that is way different from what we have here in the West. So what are we gonna do? We still have to be able to share this world together with every other person, the 8 billion of us living in it. So this being a battle, what are the practical steps? What can we do, therefore, to be able to live our life? Because our happiness here is also important.
Yeah. So one of the things um, we have to understand is this: as men, for me as a man, I have to use myself as an example. Who has family, who's living around a woman, and all that.
Mhm.
First and foremost, I'm aware of anything. Of if something should happen, I'm aware of what will happen to me. You understand? So I'm
Yes.
aware of that. So because I'm aware, I understand how it functions here in this place, which is quite different from my place where I was coming from. What do I have to do? I have to make an adjustment.
Yes.
I have to make an adjustment in my behavior, in my reactions, in everything. I just have to make an adjust. Just have to understand on how I can cope with this. And secondly, I I I, I have to have a conversation all the time with my partner and say this is not the right way. And this is where you see that faith or what you believe play a greater and important role in one's life.
Yes.
Okay, so you know, like in this let me say in the Western world and all of that. If you look at it, the way the Western world were built and all this one, they were built. The civilization were built upon Christianity until
Mhm.
later, they started neglecting it and all that. Everybody living his own life and all that. Have a different kind of belief, have a different kind of religion. Not that they are living outside religion. Atheism is also a religion, you know. They have their own kind of way of believing and all that.
Of course,
So,
it takes being religious not to believe in anything.
mhm. So now, then what do you have to do? Just be aware and be cautious because there is no excuse for the law, no ignorance of the law. You cannot say, I wasn't aware of it, that's why I did this.
Hmm.
Okay? So
Yes.
that is how it is. Not until some good men raise up to power, some men that think that have understanding, or some things that went wrong, rise up to power to be able to change some issues, to change some laws, to because some laws are senseless. You know, some of these laws are just destructive. They use it to destroy farm just based on what they want, to do and all that. Not all these things are done. There may not be a solution. So what you have to do, always have conversation with your partner. If you are a foreigner or even if you were born here, raised here and all that, always try to have a conversation with your partner. Sort out any kind of issue quickly and don't let it last long and all that. And secondly, do not beg to stay or try to stay or convince someone against his or her will.
Hmm.
Okay, so these things are very important. Don't beg. Don't not that you not this begging. What I'm saying now is this. No, maybe you are wrong. You wouldn't say I'm sorry. Or no, 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 not like that. Or to make things right. No, that is not what I'm saying. The thing is this: if somebody is fed up of you and let you know. Because when somebody is fed up of you, once you will know nothing you do that is impressive or that is right before that person. So in such a case, don't kill yourself. Don't, as in, just leave. Just try to make yourself comfortable and make yourself right and move on with your life. So that
Yes.
you wouldn't be a disturbance to the other part that don't want you. So we should have this kind of understanding. For me, this is my personal experience. This I'm moving on. This is a kind of thing that is keeping me in peace and the other. And if I have an opportunity to talk to somebody, this is what I say. Do what you have to do rightly and neatly. Remember, family is your own. It's you that initiated the family. They say, I want this, I want that. Therefore, you have to pay the greater sacrifice. Okay, so we just like this. So, and you must be aware that if anything like this, anything that man is the final loser or the greater loser, he is the price of everything. So, therefore, you have to make sure you keep yourself at peace. But don't live in fear. That is another thing. Don't live in fear. No, it's wrong to live in fear because when you
Yeah.
are afraid, you make a lot of mistakes. You do what you ought
Yes.
not to have done, do what you ought not to have said, and all that. No, live in peace with your heart. Be aware of every circumstance. If something like this happen, ah, this is what will happen. If something like this happen, this is what will happen. So when you are aware of it, you know how to navigate the situation. For me, that is how I see it. Okay.
Thank you so very much. I asked this question on purpose because it one thing is to talk about what the problem or what we perceive to be the problem. Another thing is to have an idea what could be the possible solution about it. I appreciate the fact that at least you emphasize on two things. If for whatever reason that you find yourself in a situation whereby your presence is no longer welcome, the relationship is no longer there, do the best to let it go. You know,
Yeah.
earlier on in our discussion, I was saying that one of the things that is most difficult for us as a person is not knowing when we should let go of some relationship I was not even talking about even marriage as I was talking about even the thing that has to do with family members and everything. Some
Yes,
people
sir.
who is hating on you today, it is not just today that that hatred has been in their heart. They've been hating for a very long time ago. They happen to have the opportunity to express that hatred or
Mhm.
whatsoever as at this moment now. And at times our life changes. Even in the life
Yeah.
of a man and a woman, things do change. You know,
Mhm.
it is not true that a marriage that one has gotten into today will last forever. That is what we wish to be, but life happens that two people that were once in love can no longer see eyeball to eyeball. When that kind of a thing happens, what do you do as a man? Self destruct? No, let it go. So I agree with you. If the love is no longer there, quote and unquote, endeavor to let it go. And you even said it yourself earlier on. When we say don't listen to other people, what other people say and everything, like in your own words, you said that we simply means don't let their action or thought or perception about you dictate what you do in a negative way that will harm yourself. So
Mhm.
even in these circumstances, no matter what we feel, if we now believe that we are not living in a world that actually give us that permission or possibility to be able to create and provide that an enabling environment that we would have loved to have for our families or whatsoever, or live a life that is fulfilling. Let it go. Don't keep. There is this popular saying, I think it's something that is very common in the American society. They say, go to where you are celebrated, not where you are tolerated. It's a new thing.
Mhm.
I just learned about it recently. I will suggest that too, just to add to what you said earlier on, Frank. If one actually find him or herself in a situation whereby his or her presence is no longer welcome, either being a man or a woman, do the best to let it go. Because at times,
Right.
in our attempt to correct some situation or circumstances in which we find ourselves, we end up creating some damages, which is not
Yeah.
necessary, which
Mhm.
is not necessary at all. So I share that opinion. I share that opinion. I don't encourage violence. I don't encourage self inflicted violence and everything, because I do believe that especially based on the fact that I moved from where I used to be living in this society. If I had wanted things the other way around, I would have remained where I was. But it is because that, look, I value my life. I value the idea that I have about the future that I want, which in part I've been able to realize where I live now today. So I wouldn't want to put myself in any form of jeopardy, personally and otherwise. That was what necessitated
Yeah.
my move from where I used to be. So I am here today. I should still be careful enough to always remind myself the purpose that I do believe that I have in my life to achieve. And oftentimes, most people do not have a reason why they live. Most people do not have any purpose in their life. We were having a discussion some time ago, and Tiasha told me that there are some people that will live up to about 14 years. They don't even know where they are going in their life, which is true.
Yeah.
So if one find themselves in this kind of situation, just imagine someone finding him or herself in this kind of situation and at the same time lack purpose or a sense of direction in their life. They will easily go crazy.
Mhm.
It may be very, very difficult for them to handle.
Yeah,
So
of
these
course.
battles are important in our life. We should endeavor to do the best that we can. Thank you so very much, Frank. You suggested that one should talk to somebody of trust that they believe in. I also believe in that. I believe in therapy. And above all else, nobody else is going to do it for you, because at the end of the day, this is a battle that you, Frank, me, Pedro, anybody else, we have to fight for ourselves. You
That's
can advise me, but the practical actions and steps that I need to take, it depends on me.
yeah,
This that is
yeah,
not a
to
battle
understand.
anybody else can fight for me. But I'm very, very sorry. I wish we find another world way different from what we had anticipated. Does this mean that we are ignorant of the fact that this is what life is? Yes, we're ignorant of it, not by fault of our own, because there was an idea that was preached to us where we used to live. But unfortunately, we met a different Western world. At least I'm speaking based on my experience, and I think it's very similar listening to you, the examples you made, and everything. Meant a different society completely from what I expected a European society to be. So it was one
Yeah,
of my cultural shock as a person. You understand? And I had an experience last year, which you are very much aware of, Frank, in on
mm,
the investment and everything that I did,
yeah,
that I was dupe and everything. That if anybody had told me while I was still living in Africa that if one is being duped out with the authorities in the European society will not be able to do anything of concrete, even up uh, even up to last year, I wouldn't believe it. But unfortunately, it happened in my life. I
yeah,
was faced with the reality. There is nothing else that I could do. But this is my ignorance as well, because ignorance cannot be an excuse. I didn't know. It's not as if I'm stupid. It's not as if I don't know how to do diligence. It's not as if I don't even know what to do. But at the end of the day, what happened happened. Do I kill myself? No. I have to move on. But
yeah,
thanks to you and some other friends that were able to encourage me, despite the fact that the things even involve you yourself and everything. But
yeah,
if I had not been transparent from the get go, maybe anybody
yeah.
that was around me then when that thing happened, they wouldn't have believed.
Of
But
course.
unfortunately,
You know,
it happened.
one of
I
the
give God
things,
the glory,
yeah,
but I didn't anticipate that at all.
yeah, it is. You know, sometimes troubles comes from what we want. Our trouble, our ups and downs come from what we believe, what we want to, what we want. You
Mm,
know. So, sorry to say this according to Bible, I'll have to say because that's where I get some of my understanding from. So the
of
Bible tells
course.
us that it says that God does not tempt any man with evil. That is in James. He said
Mhm,
God doesn't tempt any man with evil. He said, but every man is tempted by his own desire.
mhm.
So what does that imply? I have my temptation based on what I want. Okay, so if you remember, while we're trying to do that thing, what were we looking for? We were looking for financial breakthrough to make sure
Yes.
we have a financial stability, to make sure we have a financial means to raise our family, to do this, to do that. We saw
Which in
something
itself is not
that
a bad thing.
no, it's not bad, and we didn't make any mistake. You didn't make mistake. It was not an ignorance. You understand? That is just what I want to clarify. Not your own ignorance. Exactly in the field or in the area where we are looking for that, we see this area is lucrative. If we enter here, we might easily get what we want. That is where the temptation comes from as well, based on what we want.
Mm,
You see, so that is how it works. So now we now have understanding. Now I have an understanding that not all of these things that I thought is real is real.
yes.
That is just what's supposed to happen. Now, how do I now get what is real? There are many other. Remember, you make a lot of researches and all that, get
Yes.
counter so many things and all that. Then it wasn't bad. It wasn't an ignorance. We entered the wrong door, which all the doors look alike. Because they were different doors, there were different means to do it, and all of the means they look alike. We didn't know that which we enter was just the like one, not the real one.
The real
You
one.
understand?
Yes.
So that is exactly what happened. And falling into the like one is that it was able now to help us to, or it has helped me to know the right one,
Yes.
because I
That's
saw
so
the
true.
like,
Mm-hmm.
now I know the real. This one is
Yes.
not like this is. No, there is difference between like and there is difference between this. It is, this is it. So now that is how it works. Sometimes when we fall into this, it helps us to get up. It helps
Yes.
us to do the right, if we are going, you know, in that way. And we
Absolutely.
cannot say we try not until we succeed.
That's true.
There is no
That's
try
true.
without succeeding. When we try, we could not get there, we fail. That is what is recorded as failure. So, but
Yes.
if I try and meet, I retry again, I get it. That is when I try, and
Mm-hmm.
that is when we try. So all these are the battles of life. Sometimes we may marry after 2, 3 years or 5 years. The thing goes like that. Sometimes we may, after that, few years later, we know what and what. Sometimes when we now remarry again, another, see, we live forever until the death do us part. You understand?
Yes.
So
That's
these
true.
are these, these are the things. All these are battles, and I
Battles of
want to
life.
also chip in this thing. Sometimes the
Mhm.
battle that you face is really actually prepare for you, and you don't
Yes.
even know how it's going.
That's true.
So we cause it by our own negligence and all that. So if I do not have any kind of profession and all that may be as my negligence, or maybe sometimes not my negligence as well, maybe where I'm coming from, because at a point in time, somebody, that is the reason why we have parents and relatives. They will be the one to set you up first
Mm-hmm.
before you will be able to go. You get it now. And sometimes, if we are not being set up properly, it affects us. But still, we cannot stay in there. We can change it as well. As soon as we start going on, having more understanding. Most of the battle that we face, we are not the cause. It comes, but one must be strong enough to fight for his destiny, to fight for his if you do not have a purpose, what are you fighting for? A man without a purpose lives anyhow. A
Mm-hmm.
man without a dream lives anyhow. But a man that has a dream lives with caution. You can't go everywhere. You can't do everything. If you have somewhere going, not everything. Not if you are going. If I'm going to Bologna, I must know where to take the train. If I'm using
Absolutely.
the train, so if I'm
The
going to
direction will be
Bologna,
different from the one going to Milan.
if I'm going to Bologna, I'm going to take the train of Milan. I've only just prolonged the time. I've only just prolonged the journey. I will get to Milan first and turn again, get to the point that I moved, then move again to Bologna. You see, these are
Mhm.
some of the things that happen to us. Some of us. Some of us will just know the right step to take. At least 25, 27, you're already stable in some ways. You get it now. But
Yes.
some of us, 30, we don't even know where we are going yet. Instead of us to go to Bologna, now we are going to Milan. Sometimes when we even get to Milan, we will not even remember, or we will not even understand to stop and turn back. We'll keep going, 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 going. Maybe at 45, 50, we now realize, oh, I have to go back to Parma before I get to Bologna. You see it now. So sometimes
Yes.
this is the reason, some of the reason why the battles that we fight got long, got longer and longer, and sometimes we be frustrated. And some people don't know how to hold themselves. They have to commit suicide. They have to, or they just quit. The fact that I go to Milan first doesn't mean that I will not be able to go back to Bologna again. It's just for me to realize and know how to trace myself back. It may be that when I get to Bologna or get to Milan, go to Bergamo or go and take another direction entirely, then I will arrive at Bologna again. Sometimes it happens like that because
Yes.
it's not just a specific direction or a specific way for you to win the battles of your life. The different way you keep going, you keep trying, you keep going, you keep trying, you keep going, you keep trying. But one thing in mind that will help you to succeed is that there gotta be a dream. There gotta be something you want to achieve. There gotta be this is what sometimes many people don't even have anything concerning family. We have misquoted love. Love is not when we express the emotions and all that. That is not love.
Yes.
Love is sacrifice and discipline.
Mm-hmm.
When I say I love you, meaning that I can take your shit.
Yes.
It is
Long
not when we
suffering.
are. It's not when we are okay. That is not love. Somebody told me, "I love you." I say, "You don't love me, please. Don't let me know that you love me. You are lying." He said, "What do you mean, brother? I love you." I say, "You are telling me I love you because everything is fine. What of when you call me, I didn't pick the call. I didn't
Yes.
return your text.
Mm-hmm.
Many things. I didn't do it. And I do not have a sensible or genuine excuses. My reasons are not cogent enough. Would you accept my flaws?" I said, "That is when I know you love me." I said, "The time I will tell you that, or I will know that I love you, is that when I'm able to take your stupidity, or that side of you that is no good." Okay. And remember, this is what we are unable to do today.
Yes.
This is what we are unable to do. We are unable to accept each other's weakness. We don't want to. You
Despite the fact that we
understand?
tell ourselves that we are very understanding.
So when the time of understanding really, there is a time you really need it. Not that we are conversing now.
Mm.
I understand you. I know that. The reason why I really understand you, if I tell you now I understand you, you will believe me that I'm telling you the truth. Because why? When we get involved in that business and all that, these things come from you. I should
Mm.
have blamed you. You
Yes.
understand? I should have blamed you. And they say you caused these things. Do you know how manage I got these things and all that? Or you are even
Part
with
of it.
themselves. Maybe you understand. But when the thing happen, I understand that this thing is real. It's true. You get it now. So when I'm telling you I understand you, that means that there was a kind of thing that happened that actually I stood that this thing is true, is real. I take it like that. So that is how an understanding comes. The an understanding don't just come because we are in good terms or communication is not using the right words. The ability for me to understand what you are saying. That is the meaning of
Absolutely.
communication.
That's true.
So that's why we can also use her to communicate. Because
Mm-hmm.
if there's a way I will move my hand, you will understand what I'm saying. So this is where communication is established. No, not that That's why if
I
a
use the
German
right
man,
grammar and I construct the
that's why
sentence very well.
that's why if a German man is speaking now, based on I don't have any knowledge of their Dutch, their language. I do not understand it. Therefore, there is no communication
No, it does not exist.
because why? I don't have any understanding of what he's saying. I hear the sound, but I don't understand it. Therefore, there is no communication. Sometimes
Not
we
at all.
misuse English. We say, I hear what he's saying. You can hear, but you cannot understand. It is when you understand, you know the meaning. This is what happened. Not hearing. Anybody can hear sound, but not knowing the meaning. So there is no communication.
Not at
You
all.
understand what?
Of
So
course.
all these all these are battles. We are going to understand, and we must understand that things do happen beyond our circumstances. Many troubles that we face, we do not invite them, and we don't
Yes.
even have a clue of them that it will happen. In 2025, we don't know what is going to happen.
No
In
one knows.
2026,
Nobody knows.
we don't know what is going to happen. Different thing will come up entirely. In 2019, nobody believes what happened. No, in 2020, nobody believed that the world will just stand still, no movement. Nobody believed
Of course.
that. We didn't
But it
prepare for it.
came, and it was
It
a
came
shocker for
and
all of us.
so it came and it
Yeah.
came to pass. So many things, that is just how it was. But the most important thing in this world is that you must have a purpose. You must have a
A
dream.
purpose.
For that
That is
to be
even what
a purpose.
help you even in facing these battles of life that we all
If I
face.
want to marry, why do I want to marry? Why? I just love this game, but why? Why do I want to marry? I want to raise kids. Why do I have to
Why?
raise kids? Why?
What
I'm
purpose does it
looking for
serve?
money. Why am I looking for money? And if I'm looking for money, what means am I looking for it to get it? You see it now. So these things, these when we have all these things, then we will have the ability and the strength to
Hmm.
face whatever comes our way while we are doing it. Okay, because we cannot determine the wave. You understand?
That's so
We
true.
cannot determine. We cannot determine the wave how it's going to come. We don't know how the sea is going to. You, you
The
know.
fact is that
You
nobody
know.
knows.
Nobody knows. Just like the wind, you don't know where it comes. You don't know how it comes. You don't know how it goes, but you feel it.
Hmm.
And you have to be able to prepare just like when we study aerodynamics for the plane
Yes.
to be able to take off, you have to have enough force to break the opposite force.
Mm.
You see it now? Because
Yes.
the force is already existing, like the
It's
force
already
of
exists.
gravity. The force of gravity, which is 9.8, this thing, this thing, or we call it sometimes approximately, is already in existence. Through anything of it that is coming down, that force is there.
It definitely
But
comes down.
the force is there. What is pulling it down is already there. So
Hmm.
for you to be able to go against that, then you have to be prepared and be strong enough to be able to break that one. And mind you, there is a certain point you will get to, you will not experience that force again. You will not be experiencing another force.
A different one entirely.
So that's why when we win one fight, there is another fight. We
Mm.
win that one again, there is another fight. We win that one again. We keep going. We keep going. We keep going. We keep going.
It,
We keep going.
it's a lifelong battle
That is just how it is.
until
You
the day
know,
we join our ancestors. We have one or two battles to keep fighting.
yeah,
Even the ability to stay alive is a battle.
it's a battle now. It's a battle.
Yeah.
You
So,
gotta be conscious to know what to eat, what not to eat, and
mhm.
to keep yourself healthy.
Yes.
So it's love, man.
That's it, brother.
Wow. Yeah, we gotta go
Thank
talk
you so very
again.
much, man. I really appreciate and thank you for the time. May God bless you and thank you for the knowledge that you shared with us today. And special thanks to Tiasha as well. Like
Yeah, I
she
love
said,
that.
she said next episode has to be battle between men and women. That she will be ready. She will be coming with her punchy gloves. Very, very- That's interesting. That's interesting.
Mm,
Thank you so very much, brother. I really appreciate it is an honor for me that you bless the podcast today. I really like your perspective and your point of view on this issue. I'm really, really grateful. I don't want to go without letting you know live and direct. I really appreciate it. And it's good to rub mind like this. And I know what to do. I'll keep sending you invites, and I hope that you are available whenever you are available. This is a house for you, brother. You are always welcome to bless us with wisdom and knowledge like this. Thanks, Mr.
Thank
Frank. I
you.
really appreciate
Thank you for having me.
it. It's
It's
a
a
pleasure
pleasure
for me.
being
Believe it. Believe it. Then thank you so much to my viewers. I really, for those of you that stay with us till this time, may God bless you. And those that are coming to come across the video, please do share. The knowledge we share today will be very helpful to very many of us here in Europe and even in Africa or across the world, because at the end of the day, knowledge is like a formula. If it works here, it can work anywhere else in the world. So it works for us. This information are going to be helpful here, just the way it will be helpful for us here in Western world is going to be helpful to anyone out there around the world. And I really hope that each and every one of you, especially the young ones, they're able to take their life by the horn, begin to identify the purpose that they have for themselves or for their life in general, and continue to pursue it without anyone stopping them, or not even themselves stopping themselves from doing what they're supposed to do. This to me is very, very important. And hence the title of our show today, The Battles of Our Life. There are so very many, and they comes in different areas of our life. But at the end of the day, the duty is on each and every one of us, because the battle is personal. Nobody's going to do that for us. So I hope that you continue to develop your self-awareness and recognize things that need to change in your life. And and I hope that you are able to take actions to change them, because it is not enough to recognize them without doing nothing. Because at the end of the day, where the problem lies is in our inactivity. When we do know for a fact that we have a shortcoming somewhere or somewhere in our life, but we are not doing anything about it, that is actually one of the major problems, and it leads to chronic procrastination, which leads to our less productivity as a citizen or as an individual in the society that we live. So I would like to see us all do better in life, because at the end of the day, it is better for us collectively and better for our world. Until next time, stay blessed, stay positive, stay creative, and be self-aware. Bye for now, and thank you so much for your time. Thank you, Mr. Frank. I really appreciate it, and may God bless you, sir. Bye
thank you.
bye.
Bye.